I think it's going on now. Viewers of the tube, good to see you all. Thank you so very much. Much appreciated, Daryl. Mad shout out, mad shout out. Before I even got here, there's like 20 people up in there. Michael, Kenneth, Jeff, Crooks, James, Brick Sargent. We got Kevin, Alex, Kyle M, Kevin. Probably repeated that one. Secret Squirrel, Bricklock, Lego Joe. Nice, nice. Much appreciated. Hopefully everything is going good. And I got to say, I apologize, Daryl, if I misled you. I recently just got monetized. It's probably been about 2 weeks now. 2 weeks now. Dive into that. Didn't think I'd get to this point, but I'll share some of my next tips and tricks with you. What up, Michael? DJ? YouTube party. Way Out Animation. Nice. Much appreciated. Sent over from Bevan's channel. Red Coat Kyle. Nice. Nice. So we'll dive into a little bit of that. A little bit of the hard work and some of the stuff I'm going to be doing to promote the channel. Actually, we'll dive into that now. The next video. I got to go meet Jacob, T-Mog 217 tomorrow. I'll drop off some pieces. We got Mayo jumping in. What up, Mayo? How's it going?
No sugar, no filler, just real whole wig. I'm going pretty good right now, Macro.
Nice.
Thanks for having me on. It's been a while, but I know that you've had a good time talking to some other people in the community.
Yeah, hang out by myself, some music, all that good stuff. Let you in on one of my little tips and tricks. So what I'm going to do, my next video, I'm going to get on it tomorrow. I'm going to roll around town. All the Walmarts, all the Toys R Us, anywhere that sells Lego, I'm going to put a sticker on the floor in the Lego section. It seemed like a pretty good idea to me.
So do you have any sets in mind that you want to pick up? Or is there a clearance sale or something?
Nope, I'm just driving around town, put stickers down, get a little self-advertising out there, and that's about it.
While you're cruising around the rugged streets of Calgary with your car bouncing up and down with that tricked out suspension, you can listen to Still Dre on record.
Oh, that's awesome. But my car doesn't bounce up and down. Well, that would be fun though, wouldn't it?
Well, you got a lot of people so far. They might have come over from Bevan's Bricks, I'm guessing.
Oh yeah. Again, mad shout out to Daryl for hyping it up. Awesome.
Yeah. Bevan's Bricks with the stream raid.
Very cool. Slap one in brick bin. That'd be funny. I think that would get noticed a little too easy. I don't want to get myself into trouble.
Yeah, you got 24 people watching right now, so 24.
Much appreciated. Figures my Wi-Fi would act up. Good day, Steve. On a Saturday, eh? Wi-Fi always has to act up on a Saturday.
So who we got? We got Kyle M.
Oh, you're going to be reading for a while, my friend.
Yeah, Kevin Wasili W. Tell me how to pronounce your last name. Michael Fujiwara. Secret Squirrel Bricks. Bricklock IO. Lego Joe. DJ. Way Out Animation. Red Coat Kyle. Alex San. T-Mog 217. Bevan's Bricks. Day. Steve Weiser. Paul Bot. And Johnny G.
What up, Johnny? How's the Legos going on tonight, buddy? My day was going pretty good. That's right, T-Mog just crushed the 24-hour stream. Surprised you're awake already, man. It's going pretty good. I got a lot of stuff done. I got the deck designed, measured, went to Home Depot. We're going to get that priced out, and then maybe I can actually get a backyard this year. What else did I do today? Not a whole lot. If it looks like I'm sitting here sweating, it's because I am. We'll get into that one a little bit later. Some of Macro's crappy life choices. causing me to be under the weather when I'm not under the weather. Sweating, standing still. Awesome. So I'm just finishing up a project that I didn't get done today. Had to get some actual life chores done. But we'll finish up the space set and then we'll jump back into this castle mock. Can you see it on the bench? No, not really. Which is a mess, this desk.
And so is that space set finished?
This one is. The other one isn't. Kevin, hey, I went to the Lego store today too. Did I bring those pieces down? No,
Yeah.
I'm gonna have to run upstairs and grab them.
The one that you were building on my live stream yesterday.
Yep, that was this one. This one's finished, good to go. Very cool set, decent size, lots of playability in there.
Yeah, I've heard a lot of people. I think the main complaint I've heard about those sets is that Lego isn't consistent with the colors of the Translite Blue big pieces anymore.
No?
Because some of them have a greenish tint to them. That's a quality control problem.
Not on mine.
With that color now, but it's only in some sets.
Kevin says he went to the Lego store and the brick bin. Hey, I was at the brick bin. Too bad that picture is so small. I'm going to have to try and recognize you next time we're out and about. Was in and out pretty quick, but did buy a few parts. I just got 2x2 bricks for Mills plates. Big Nate,
hey, Big Nate,
hi. Share some love. Much appreciated, Nate. Right on, buddy.
And well, I've got some monologues to tell about just an array of things when I was cleaning. Well, when I was searching for something for my train channel yesterday, I was looking everywhere, left, right, and center, and so I finally decided to get some boxes and totes and shoe boxes out from some of my
shout out. Sorry, Mayo.
Out from some of my bookshelves.
Again, thanks for the mad shout out, man. It was great. There's like 20, 25 people even before I started.
I told everybody, come on, let's go to Macros.
So I feel bad. I don't want to misled you, and hopefully I didn't. But I've been monetized for a couple weeks now.
Oh, I thought you weren't monetized anymore, or weren't monetized yet.
I don't think I was the last time we spoke, but I was like literally like 50 hours away.
Well, it's okay. I can still sit here and chat and enjoy it because it's
nice.
It's nice to not have to host all the time, just because then I don't have to pay attention as much.
Yeah.
Yes, true that.
I feel that same way, Daryl.
So sorry, Mayo, you had your shoe boxes there. Would you fill them up? You looking for
the end of that story was that I found some mocks that I haven't seen in a while, including two old skyscrapers, and one that I think I'm going to repurpose for my medieval castle diorama.
Right on.
Because it was built using the corner wall elements from the 2013 castle sets.
Yeah, I'm in the same boat as Daryl with my castle build. I'm waiting for parts from Lego.
And it's just, I don't know how it's been for you, bro, but for me anyway, because it's been 2 weeks now, I'm still waiting.
Oh, you're doing good. I got orders that still say sitting in the warehouse, and it's been 4 weeks.
Oh, wow.
Well, all the parts come straight out of Denmark, so
not all.
Expect a wait.
Yeah, not all. Some of them, especially the ones they sell lots of, like these cannon bases, showed up in my house like 5 days after I ordered them.
That's what I've learned anyway with the new system, because I was really impressed with how quickly I got, because you have the standard parts and then you have the best sellers is what they call them.
That's
The
what
best
it is.
seller
Yes.
parts are like, I mean, I got mine in 4 days, the best seller parts. The
Oh,
problem
so
was
maybe
was-
those. So maybe they stock those best seller parts in all of the distribution centers now.
that's
Yeah, they're
my
stocked
take
now.
on it.
It's still
Where
horrible,
everything
though.
else comes from Denmark.
Yeah, because when I went to place my my pick and build order, as it's called now, they had those things as separate options, and they both carried separate service fees, which is just really dumb. Like, how can you charge 2 service fees? Like, come on, Lego.
I think what that service fee is actually kind of like a shipping fee, even though they say it's free shipping. I think they're
Yeah.
charging you a service fee for shipping if you don't order their minimum requirement. Because like with both of my orders, that service fee that you're talking about, I wasn't charged at all, but I met their minimum requirement. And their minimum requirement's not that big. It's like $30
Yeah.
or something like that.
Yeah, it's really because like I think it's 20. I think it's well that's weird because it was the same in Australian dollars. I think it was only when I went to place my order, I think for the standard parts it was $19.20, and for
shipping?
no, for the service fee, the threshold to not have to pay the service fee, and then the standard parts, I think the threshold to not pay the service fee was $10.80.
Illinois.
I'm gonna mute myself for 1 second, bud.
No worries.
And I'm gonna try and find those mocks that I recovered after doing some digging.
Yeah, give us a show. I agree, Kenneth. These space sets are pretty cool. I think I'm gonna end up switching it out, take off some of these stickers, maybe some colors, and these are going into the underwater base for sure.
Yeah, because I think those space sets, if you take off stuff like the satellites and the solar panels, they look almost compatible with the underwater modules.
Oh, for sure, eh? Close. Couple little bit of tweaking and it'd be there.
Well, first thing I found was some more
Nice.
train track that I just must have bundled away, not knowing what to do with. So I have 3 sidings back here that are just mainly curves, so I'll be able to replace them with straights, and especially back there,
Not the only one.
I want to replace those curves with straights so I can make an oil storage depot or whatever. So that was the first thing.
Oh, you gotta start and cleaning.
Yeah, I've always got mess all over the place.
Michael, nice.
And then a skyscraper.
I just want to say thank you, Macro, for always helping me out, dude, and that's why I wanted to make sure. That's what I've been dying to do since I know you were so close.
Much appreciated. That's awesome.
But thank you for always supporting me as well, bro. You deserve it, man.
Nice.
So you can see that this skyscraper is a lot more. It's a lot more thinner than my new standard. So that's why I'm gonna need to get rid of it and repurpose the parts.
There is a way, Lego Joe. There is a way you can join. Hang out with me backstage so I can get a feel for your vibe and know who you are. It's always better to be safe and get a good hangout and make sure everything's all cool. And then for sure I'll send you invites often. Not every stream, but very often. It's better to have more people than none. So Johnny G, does a DHL man drop off the parts? Yeah, in Billund. That's funny. I'd be curious if they got the DHL out there too.
Oh, Kevin was saying he wants to build a display from the Lego Read. I can't even get it out of my mouth. Legorado set. That is a very cool set. I have that set. I
Ooh,
love
wow,
that.
Or
man.
Lego Lado.
Nice. Good score, Kevin. Good score.
So I
Yeah,
cleaned those mocks.
Lego Joe.
I cleaned those mocks of that bookshelf, and I'm thinking I want to put my Paradisa stuff into that bookshelf.
Oh. I agree, way out animation. If you're not making a mess, you might be doing it wrong.
Yeah, just look at my barn, man. Everybody knows I'm always making a mess.
Yeah, very, very rarely do I see anyone's YouTube channel or space in absolute perfect put together order. Much appreciated, Red Coat Kyle. Nice, nice. So I got one to run past you, Daryl. I got a quick question. Gonna try a tactic and see if I get myself into trouble. Let me know what you think. So I didn't think I was gonna be going into this advertising and promotion and all that stuff. I got sweaters made, stickers made with the logo. So I was thinking if I go to all the Walmarts, Toys R Us, go to the Lego section, pick a nice little tile there on the floor and stick my sticker on it, might be some good advertising.
You want my opinion?
Yeah, good idea or stupid idea?
First, let me say this. I love the idea. I think it's a great idea. I really do. Here's the thing, and here's where I think you're going to get yourself in trouble. If you find a store and a store manager that doesn't like you putting that sticker down, they can nail you for graffiti and things like that in the store, and you can find yourself paying a lot of money in fines and fees.
Vandalism charge. So ask first is what you're saying.
That's yes. I love the idea, but get permission first. What they probably are going to tell you is they don't want you to stick it to it, but they'll probably tell you can leave it in the aisle or something. In most stores, if you pay attention anyway, most stores usually have somewhere in the store they'll have one of those message boards where it's people selling a car or selling this or something like that, or that would be the place that you'd really want to put it at.
Good call. Good call. Get permission.
Or just stay in the aisle and just kind of talk about it. And every time somebody walks in the aisle, hand them a sticker.
There you go. Yeah, I would not want to be getting a bill in the mail for like $1,500 just for one little sticker or something. So
exactly. And I don't know what the rules are in Canada. I mean, everything's different everywhere. But I know, like here in America, I'm going to give you an example. There was a guy that was just arrested. I don't know if you've seen it or not. The Let's Go Brandon stickers and stuff. The I Did It stickers that people are putting on gas station pumps and things.
Oh, don't get me started. I've seen some of that stuff all over social media.
But anyway, my point is somebody just got arrested for putting one of those on a certain gas station. So.
Wow.
That's why I say be careful and ask first, bro.
So it's just a half stupid idea. You just got to tweak it a little bit.
You just got to make sure you get permission. That's all.
Well, smart play for sure. Two heads are better than one. It's always good to bounce ideas off people, get a different perspective.
Absolutely. We don't want to see you going to jail over you just trying to get a little publicity.
Yeah, that's right. Or a fine that dives into the Lego fund.
Exactly.
Because there's a reason why we're not going to be building any is there, Macro? Because you'd rather spend that money on actual Lego. And as someone who has a Lego city on the floor, that makes perfect sense to me.
Okay. I got extra pieces when I shouldn't have. That's always a bad idea. We will find them later.
I see a lot of people are kind of agreeing. Some are saying comments, living the thug life.
Yeah.
Well, I'd rather go buy another gold bracelet, not have to give one up. So
don't blame you there, bro. Like I said, I definitely get it. That's why I say it's not that it's a bad idea. Just get permission first, man. I'd hate to hear you getting in trouble over, just trying to promote yourself.
Yeah, and like you say, you get an angry store manager. It's not going to be hard for them to all of a sudden search YouTube and put a couple connections together.
Exactly, because I mean, it says your name right on it, so they don't have to look too hard.
It wasn't me, man. It wasn't me.
Just my
So
two
who
cents.
else?
Well, party
so who
on,
else
Wayne.
here? So who else here is hyped for the rumored 90th anniversary castle set?
Huge. But I'm biased because I actually have a castle build going on, which we're going to jump into right now.
Well, I think that'll be freaking awesome. I
Yeah,
love
I'm
the old
excited.
castle scene.
And they didn't even make a little one. Like they made a pricey castle, so it's going to be decent for sure, I think.
Yeah, no, I didn't have the money when the Bricklink Designer Program castle set was released, and to be honest, I didn't really care for the design of the Creator 3-in-1 castle, because I think that what I had, which was 2 copies of the 2013 castle sets, if I wanted to rebuild that would be a better look. But as some people might know, I've used those pieces for my own mock. But I'm super hyped for the 90th anniversary one, because from the price tag, that just it makes me believe that it's going to be worthwhile purchasing.
I think so. Way Out Animation's giving chiming in too. Yeah, someone that works retail, they're gonna definitely frown on outside advertising.
And with everyone that has made a super chat so far to our good friend and live stream host, Macro Bricks, I will remind you guys that Macro Bricks has a Patreon account if you'd like to send money his way once every month.
Nice. How's Eric doing this weekend?
Not too bad.
Nice. Not too bad, as in just okay, not great though.
My cat is demanding cuddles right now, so I'm a little like hog-tied to do anything.
Oh,
That's right.
It's our
Eric's here.
registered Flago expert.
Well, Paul would say Flago master, but I'll go with
Oh yeah, and
whatever.
he's converting me one person at a time. I got a couple of those blue brick sets coming on order too.
They look
them a
freaking
go.
awesome, man.
They do look awesome.
Bricklock has definitely got me interested, I have to say. I'm never usually one that's interested in off-brand, but all the stuff he's shown me, it's got me thinking about it.
Yeah. As
Well,
soon as he mentioned that castle, I went and looked, and I was sold. Thanks, Kevin. Right on. One little section of the castle built, get the market going on, get the little chicken coop going in there.
So what are those 2 buildings in the marketplace again?
These are the medieval marketplace. It's from, I believe, the kingdoms.
Okay. So are those modified versions of the buildings from the medieval market village from the fantasy castle era?
Yes, medieval market
in 2009. Because
I didn't even modify them.
I know those dates of release more than other people because I'm a Lego historian. The Joust set came out in 2012, and that was a direct-to-consumer set because that was the last of the Kingdom set.
I'll have to modify it and get off that water wheel.
That was the set I wish I would have gotten. I missed out on. I passed on I got the set that you have there, Macro, but I passed on the Joust set. And it's like, man, I really wished I would have bought that.
That was a good one. I'm actually going to try and do some modification to that tonight. I want to switch these.
I didn't even know. I didn't even know about the Kingdom sets when they were released, so I missed out on sets like the Joust set. And when my parents were still buying me Lego in the late 2000s, they bought me some of the Fantasy Castle era sets. But by the time they started buying that for me, a lot of, I think the
That's okay, Alex. You don't want to
they
see
were
my
just too
face so much
expensive,
for it. They are now.
and like the dwarves mine is probably by far the best one.
You know what? I probably don't even want to go look that up. I know what's going to happen.
Because the only way we could ever tempt the only way we could ever tempt Macrobricks to flaunt the idea of buying the dwarves mine is if we solicit enough money to him via super chats or Patreon.
Oh no, you wouldn't even have to convince me. If I go see and it looks pretty cool, I'd probably have to go try and hunt one down.
I thought I heard your wallet weeping.
Sorry, what was that, Eric? The weeping.
I said I thought I heard your wallet weeping.
Yeah, it is. That's why I got to give it a break there.
Yeah.
That's one thing I've been doing is giving my wallet a little bit of a break.
Other than the pieces I'm waiting on, I got enough Lego to keep me busy for a while. So I just got to prioritize, and then maybe go back and change some stuff.
And also, I'll remind everyone that I'm leading the charge to get a Macrobricks to 500 followers on Instagram. Right now, he's at 480. He's at 487. So if anyone who isn't already following Macrobricks is in this stream right now, I will post up a link so that you can go and follow. You can go and follow him on Instagram, and it'd be fantastic if we can get him to 500 followers by the end of this stream.
You're not going to get me upset about that. Much appreciated. Much appreciated.
My cat has made a permanent resting spot on my shoulders.
That's what I was doing this morning, having a good Saturday chill fest with the cat.
He like lives on my shoulder. It's like his habitat.
You know what? I'm just seeing those brick separators in front of the back of your joust, and it reminds me that 2 nights ago I had a dream that I got 6 brick separators in one set.
I've seen some cool stuff get done with these brick separators. I seen one recently, Lego Artisan. He does a lot of the rebrickable stuff. He made a mock out of these brick separators, and it looked fabulous.
Yeah,
He does awesome builds. He really does.
What up,
yeah.
mate?
I was one of his first.
Appreciated.
I was one of his first subscribers because I'm not sure if it was direct or indirect.
Yeah.
But somehow, some way, I think I helped convince Lego Artisan Kim Plata to finally make a YouTube channel, because I knew that from all of the stuff other YouTubers have bought the instructions for his creations on Rebreakable, I knew that he'd have a lot of stuff to show on his YouTube channel, and we were going a back and forth about this before he even created his channel, because I knew he had a lot to offer, and now he's getting what he deserves. He'll be at 1K before you know it.
Oh yeah, especially when you got talent like that. Don't hide it. People want to see it. Kevin, how's it going? Hello, gents. Right on. Good to see you tonight, buddy. 6 brick separators in one set. That's not a dream. It's a nightmare.
And also, I saw a while ago, Clicking Cliff made a flower petal mock out of the brick separators.
Yeah, that was another really good one. Really good idea. Turned out great.
You know, I need to create a hashtag that I can reply to people's Instagram posts or whatever when they show off what they've done of how to use the brick separators. Because whenever I see someone that has a good tree, I'll reply to them with hashtag Lego tree huggers, and I'm thinking about putting together an Instagram reel showing some of the good pictures I found.
Kevin's asking, hey, Macro, is that the ones with the 2 buildings? Yes, I'll actually go grab the box, set number, all that good stuff. I got it somewhat readily available. Just right back here.
And also, don't forget, Macro Bricks is on a Discord, so it'd be swell if you'd like to join his Discord server and have some fun.
Well, these boxes are buried. But what I can do is do a quick screen share, maybe.
You know what? I should probably post an Instagram story.
Back to my skull right now. Just don't mind that here. Lego Medieval. Images. Well, obviously that didn't work.
What are you trying to do?
Do a screen share because I can't find the box of the actual set here. There we go. And now we just go share. Screen 2. This one. There we go. That's it right here.
The medieval market village.
What's that? 10193. Now, remove. Oh, I wrecked it. There we go. I seen that and the Joust tournament in the brick bin. Brand new, sealed in the box. I was like, I'll never see these again. Score. It's like a Twitch raid party up in here. Yeah, much appreciated.
Hello, Burricles.
Cools, I have that set. Great set. Yeah, it came with these cows too, didn't it? I don't think that was the Joust tournament. I think that was the medieval market. Yeah, they are.
And
No, I don't remember. Mine's still over. I got it packed up still.
The cows, a whole bunch of knights. It was a good set for sure.
Mr. Blue popped up a little while ago as well.
Yeah, I try and catch them when they all come in, say hi. Oh no, how you do, Carol?
But when you've got me on the panel, I like to do that for you so that
I like to do it myself.
I can take a load off for you, and you can make more progress on your awesome mocks.
It's okay. You don't have to take a load off me. I appreciate it, but I like interacting with everyone. Holy cow! Yeah, it comes with the cows. Oh, is that the right spot? No, it's not. I stuck the other one in the wrong spot. There we go.
Okay.
And the more you let people read your chat, the more you make it a habit, the more that I'm not going to get good at it. So practice makes perfect. Practice makes perfect.
Fair reasoning.
We need to get some more. We need Lego to make some more goats. Sorry, slurring my speech there.
You just got 2 more followers on Instagram, so you only need 11 now to get to 500 macro.
Nice.
Hey, Daryl.
Yo.
There's the house I'm getting.
Oh, hold on, I gotta get my screen back up.
Yeah, it's big picture here.
Is that a blue
That's
brick
a mock
set?
you've designed, or?
No, that's the blue bricks.
Oh, okay.
So
Nice.
it has like a grocery store in the bottom, and then like a tax office on the second floor, and then a big condo on the next 2 floors.
How many pieces is it?
It's like 5100.
Oh, okay.
Holy
What do you know? What size of base plates it's on?
It's 32 by 48.
Oh, okay. So it's a 1.5 base plate.
And then I'm getting, let's see here.
Oh, I wouldn't say Brick Cool's how dumb of me. I mean, hindsight. It's always that hindsight. Nobody would ever know, right?
Yeah. There's the yacht I'm getting.
Hello, a Mama Lego and Kenneth Swan has to go.
Yep. Take care, Kenneth.
Take care, bud.
Great night.
And
Lego
Talmoon's
needs more
workshop.
animals overall, in my opinion. Would love to have some chickens, cows, etc. Yes, Way Out Animation. Keep your eye open. I scored chickens from the Lego store, I want to say 3 months ago. They were actually in the minifigure wall, so you get 15 chickens instead of 3 minifigures.
Oh,
And
sweet.
Talmoon's workshop just showed up.
Here's the yacht I was talking about right there.
I like that one.
Oh, that is nice.
And it's modular, so it like
I love the props and stuff. How they got them coming out the bottom. That looks freaking awesome.
yeah, it works too. Like it like has, you know.
Grand Rapids.
Oh, it actually has a motor. Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Ah, cool. Little brick built diesel motors.
That's freaking awesome, man. That looks amazing.
So those are the two that are coming in the next week or so, hopefully.
Are boats of that size like gasoline or diesel engines usually? Or is it
They're
varied?
usually- It depends.
Yeah. Diesel's pretty common for a little bit bigger ship, but
Yeah.
and maybe on that size ship, I don't know. I mean, but like usually you got to be pretty long, like 40.
I mean,
plus.
looking at what I see, that looks like, I'm gonna guess that's like a 36 footer.
Yeah, if it's over 40, you're definitely going to be diesel.
But like because I used to have a 36-foot Sea Ray, and it was twin 350s.
Yeah.
Yeah, in that scale, it didn't look quite long enough to be a 40-foot intermodal shipping container.
I just thought it looked awesome. That's why I got it.
No, it does. It looks freaking bad, man. I like it.
Well, if you guys like sit in the States, like, you know, Jeff, you're not that far from me. If you guys ever want to order something, I can always throw it on my order and just give it to you and send it to you. You can save on shipping.
So when you build all these sets, Eric, do you put them on a display? Do you end up putting them in boxes after a while, or how do you work that one out, if you don't mind me asking?
Like, I don't know. I have them in boxes a little bit here and there. I mean, I keep, like, you know, some of these other ones like handy and whatnot. And like, I have a table in the other room that's like 10 by 4 right now. But it's just there's no, like, there's so many buildings and stuff on it. There's no room for roads, you know. I mean, there's no. I got the giant white carousel takes up a huge chunk. You know, I mean, like, it's like a lot.
I need to go to Way Out Animation says I need to go to the Lego store. There's one nearby me, but I've never managed to make it there. Oh wow, that's some restraint, my friend. Oh, we might be able to actually make this happen. Oh, I'm not going to have those corner pieces, though. I lied. We got a corner piece. This could actually be feasible.
I'll try and pull a set out here to build it in a second. I've got the space launch one.
Is that the last one you got to build of this series?
Yeah, I've got all the other ones built, but the rocket launch one's the one next to me here. I'm gonna try and clear off the Speed Champions with my cat here on me. Ow.
I don't know if this is going to look any better in blue, but I'm going to give it a go. Yes, I agree, Rick Cools. Mama Lego, hopefully you're having a great vacation. Enjoy. It's probably been a while since anyone's been allowed to get out and do anything.
Okay, the cat wants camera time.
So, with your Castle Pirate, Mark, are you gonna have the waterway be 2 base plates wide leading up to the castle, or was it gonna stop before the drawbridge?
I'm not going to have a drawbridge, I don't think. We'll have to see how it goes. So, it's hard to explain unless I actually got a picture of it. So right now it's like the 2 towers, the bay, the merchant shop, and we got the tavern. And then I knocked out the back wall to expand the market. I think the castle's just going to be on land.
Because because there has to be an entrance to the castle, so you're just gonna have a portcullis.
Yeah, just like where's that door I had? Like an actual castle gate I'll have come down instead of a drawbridge that folds open.
Yeah.
Takes up space. I'll have the gate slide
The
down.
castle gate is called a portcullis. And
portcullis, good to know.
Yeah, because I actually learned that from when I was studying history back in 9th grade. I learned that term.
Going full technical. Now I gotta look up the joust tournament.
Hey,
well, if someone's speaking of the joust tournament, I like the Knights Challenge from 1988 better than the joust tournament because I'm a vintage fan, and also because there's a beer keg in it.
Oh, so it does go back there. Okay. I didn't know that. A beer keg? Is it different from is it like an actual keg, or is it just those barrels?
Yeah, because I told you about the beer keg before, Macro. It was a while ago.
A little while ago. Chances of me having a blue one. Come on, come on, come on. Ooh, no go.
There you go, Macro.
Yeah, that one.
Not quite as big as Daryl's one that he did, but still.
That was epic, though. That was epic.
Yeah.
Is that the new one?
Yeah. I'm feeling inferior, but it's okay.
That actually reminds me of the one that they had, what was it, just 2 years ago?
Well, for sure, T-Mog.
Talking about like that one right there?
That one was that one with the red support cross beams was from that sets the Space Command Center from 2011.
Right on.
The one I'm talking about, this was 2019. It's,
yeah. I know what you're talking about.
60228.
Yeah, I didn't get that one. I didn't really care for that one.
Yeah, and then they made another one back in 2015 as well.
Well,
my favorite out of all of them was, actually, I think it might have been the 2015. It looked like the Shuttle Columbia launch.
But still, my favorite of the space shuttle launches has to be the one from 1995. Because
I have that one too. That is cool, but it's not my favorite. But it is a cool looking set. I agree with you.
Yeah, the reason
Russian
because
space.
because the space shuttle itself may look rather blocky and angular because they only really had wedged. They really only had wedged bricks back then, and not a lot of curved slopes, but the playability in that is second to none.
Was that the one from 2019?
Yeah. I didn't really like the top of the rocket. I didn't know.
Yep, that's it. I had to walk over to my play area to see.
Yeah, it's like a little roller coaster.
But this was my
and
favorite.
Then there was that other, and then there was that other one in the same year that was like the assembly plant to assemble the shuttle, and that wasn't as popular.
That's the one I had I got that one. It's got like a blue base that rolls around, doesn't it?
Yep.
Yeah, I got that one. Dummy took it apart for parts.
Hey,
Like I said,
B-Fab.
Diego, this is probably my favorite one as far as the space sets. But now I haven't bought any of the brand new ones because I love the new sets that they have as far as the little space centers with the domes and stuff.
Yeah.
That looks
Yeah.
freaking epic.
These pieces here. Oh yeah, right.
Oh
there.
yeah, that's it.
Those
That's
are
the
the
one.
Oh,
ones.
and
Yeah,
like,
and the reason why the new space sets look so good is because they're actually based off of real.
Yeah.
They're based off of real NASA projects which are under development right now.
that's funny, B
Oh,
Fab. You
Mr.
call
Blue.
T-Mog Sleeping Beauty, but I think it might actually be me. Because T-Mog had to wake me up and he didn't give me the boot, but he's like, Mark, you're sleeping. I was on the stream last night, so
Yeah, and I was amazed that people would rather watch you sleep than other people who were awake building.
well, you know what I call that? That's the train wreck syndrome, right? You know you're not supposed to look, but you look at the car crash anyways. You're just hoping to see something that you don't want to see.
They're a fender bender. And the amount of times I'll see on a YouTube video, like a short that got recommended to me, someone parked on the side of the road because they were a fender bender, and then someone rams into the back of them.
Yep, that happens. If you ever watched on YouTube, there's a bunch of them. If you ever watched the highway car pileups, you get in an accident, get out. What up, Chef? Good to see you, man.
Hey, Chef.
Kevin, he actually has a term for it called morbid curiosity.
That's exactly what it is, dude.
Oh, that's funny. Hey, people getting to get a show. I did see T-Mog. Am I correct that you want to make a Lego hunt day? I'm just gonna run around I'm not gonna be looking for any Lego. I'm just gonna run around to a couple of Walmart's, Toys R Us, collect some free advertising. That's really about all I was gonna do. Out and about as I'm doing whatever life errands. BFAB Macro, you're always sleeping. Yeah, it's a bad habit. I actually wouldn't mind talking about that tonight. One of the reasons why I'm sweating here, sitting still, like legit sweating, trying to put on stickers with the shakes, because I get to a decent place and then I screwed up and I start drinking again. And then when I stop drinking, I get the damn shakes and the sweats all over again. So I kind of do it to myself out of my own stupidity, because if I just got on track, kept it there, I wouldn't have to go through this up and down of feeling like a piece of garbage.
You'll get there.
The demons.
Yeah, I just got to try harder.
Hey, check this piece out. Here's one to do a Bricklink order. You can make some nice train cars out of this in this color.
Is that same color as the spaceship there?
Yeah, that's
It's
the dark
yeah.
orange.
Yeah.
That would make a nice train car, like, like loader, like.
Yeah, I could imagine something like that as a bogieless.
You can or can't.
A bogey as a bogieless piece of rolling stock.
Honestly, understand if I don't can or can't sleep, because it puts me to sleep. I can edit videos without, or I can't edit videos. There, okay. I was like, man, this guy sounds like he has it all together here. Yeah, I don't even know how I got there. It's like it only started about 6-7 years ago.
Now, what is that Formula One type speed champion set, or is that the Jaguar?
Yeah. Yeah, sometimes it's just a little boring, eh?
It's the new Mercedes. It comes in a 2-pack.
Oh, that's the new Mercedes set.
Those are the new ones.
Wasn't there another kind of speed champs that had that F1 type styling to it?
Yeah, there's been a couple Ferrari Formula One Speed Champions in the first 2 years of Speed Champions back in 2014 and 2015.
It's like cleaning the house with me.
But it's been. I think they also made.
Okay, well, that was a bust.
They made a Formula type
need
car. I
that
don't
laser
think it was a Formula One. It might have been an IndyCar formula, but they made something like that for the Jaguar set.
Yeah, I really like that one.
But
It might be my first 8-stud wide speed champion. Is that Lambo
Lambo?
or that F1 car there?
There's the Lambo. Oh.
Any loose pieces or anything that was kind of dodgy about that one?
This one was rock solid, and the technique they used to get this triangle, because I
love that technique.
Yeah, that was pretty stellar.
It's brilliant.
Is that the Countach?
Yeah.
Is that the Countach?
Yeah.
Yeah, I've heard
Yes,
people saying that technically that's the best speed champion set of the wave. Because of
the weakest, this one here, the red one.
But I think the quirky design of the Ferrari has attracted a lot of attention, and people want to buy the set.
Yeah.
I think it's because people are either suckers for Ferraris, or they don't do as many of those concept type cars, because when Ineos Ferrari designed that for I think it was one of the Le Mans 24-hour races in the 70s. It was just an experimental concept car, and that's why it didn't take off.
Oh, here we go.
My problem with all those speed champion sets is quite simply the fact that they're too wide to use in a city. They're just
because
they don't match up with anything.
You could get away with using the old 6 wides in a city, but I think Lego realized that the people who were buying speed champions were buying them to put on shelves to be display models, because those same types of people would likely also have other actual die-cast cars. So I think they made the decision that you're not going to be able to put this on a Lego road. So why not make them bigger, scale them up so that they can put more detail and make them look more...
I used to always buy the speed champs just for the city, and then as soon as they switched them to the 8-stud wide, I don't want it on a shelf.
I agree, man. I stopped buying them. It was like, okay, you just lost my interest.
Yeah, they're still cool cars and all that stuff, but
I don't buy them.
Yeah. Same with
I've
you.
Never bought
pieces.
I've never bought a speed champion set because I'm a fan of vintage Lego, but I'm still on the search for a discounted Ferrari F8 Tributo. It's been nearly a year now. Come on, department stores.
What do you consider vintage Lego, though? Because, like, to me,
I consider
when I was a kid, which is 70s, 80s.
Yeah, well, because I was born in 2001, I consider anything vintage from 2000 and below. But people in the Lego community use the word vintage really loosely. Everyone has their own definitions.
That's part of the problem with the Lego community.
Yeah, and so the word vintage has very much become an umbrella term, because if you want to make a class system of defining all the eras of Lego per decade, I like to say that the 60s sets were antique, 70s were vintage, 80s were retro, 90s was classic, the 2000s were modern, and the 2010s are contemporary. But now we're moving on into the 2020s, which is just the super detailed era. I think is the best way to call it.
I see Lego system vintage.
I don't
Yeah, I
know.
guess for me, I'd say probably the '90s, just from my childhood.
I think Lego, once you think vintage is last year's, that's what I think. I think they're like, 2021, that's vintage, so
Let's jack up the price.
that's that, you know what I mean? That's what I think they want.
Well, I've been hearing more chitter chatter about it on people's live streams, and there's a growing number of people who wish that Lego would just keep sets on the shelves for longer, and instead of releasing the same version of a set every 2 years, just do it 3 and 4 years, like what they used to back
Tell
when
you
they
what,
didn't
that
have
would
enough
be
resources.
awesome. But Lego's never going to do that, and it's because look at how many sets they release every year now. If they kept them on the shelf that long, Jesus, they could never release a set, and they're like
because
addicted to
there's
releases.
because with the changing times, there's more pressure by the retailers to speed up their cycles of sales, which I think is bad.
Which
I think it's bad because it means that you have less time to buy a set if you're waiting for it to go on sale.
90s, but people say 90s and before is vintage. There must be like a year. They must have like, hey, if it's 20 years old, it's vintage, or if it's 40 years old, it's vintage.
Well,
That's what I would
in the
consider
wine,
anything that's over 30 years old. Vintage.
yeah. Well, with the wine tasting people, they'll say that vintage doesn't define a year. Vintage defines the quality of a product. So if it's a really high quality wine, for example, but it was only bottled in 2021, if it's like top shelf or whatever, they'll call it 2021 vintage or 2020 vintage. But it's a different. I think the collectors and hobbyists across dozens of different hobbies have taken that term from wine tasters and spun it around.
You know what we could just do? We could just go Google.
Yeah, and everyone's saying what they think is vintage, and it very much depends on which generation they were from and what kind of
That's true.
toys and what kind of toys they grew up with. But I think something that everyone can agree upon is, I believe I read somewhere that for anything to be an antique, it has to be 50 years older or more.
That's funny. So vintage doesn't really say anything other than what Mayo just described with wine. It doesn't say anything about age other than the year, place in which wine, especially wine of high quality, was produced. But it doesn't say anything about, like, if a car is vintage, or what's this one?
Yeah, that's because
The time when something started or was made.
Yeah, that's because people like Mr. Macquarie and Mr. Oxford and Mr. Webster, they've never really considered the collectors and the hobbyists as within their definition of what the term vintage applies for.
We could say exactly that. Vintage is going to be different for each person depending on the time and age you are, the time you're born.
Yeah, because Briggsar made a giant video with comment responses about what they think is vintage, and there was a whole range of answers for the reasons I just said. And I think what I said in my answer was that, for example, the original release of Star Wars sets in 1999 for me is vintage, but the original wave of the Bionicle sets in 2001 is not.
Oh yeah, smash up.
See, to me,
baby.
anything that's in the 2000s, it's not vintage. That was
No.
last week when I was having kids. You know what I mean? It's what it
Well,
feels like anyway.
the only reason I'd say that 2000 for me barely makes it as vintage is because no one talks about Y2K anymore, and
It was
I
a
was
scam.
born. What was it? I was born, I think,
That's pretty bad if you got to think about your birthday that long.
No, I think I was born 4 1/3 months before 9/11.
Ooh, 9/11. Ugh, what a day.
God, I
Well,
remember
I
that.
remember
I was
watching
outside
that
cutting
one
my
on the
grass.
news.
Well, I was in DC when that happened, and they closed when the plane hit the Pentagon. I had to drive to Bethesda to pick up my brother because they closed all the roads and trains out of DC, and so he had to walk, I don't know, 4 miles or whatever to get to Bethesda, and it was a nightmare just picking him up because he was working in the Treasury Department at the time. So, yeah. That was a day, let me tell you.
Everyone remembers where they were when that happened.
Well, you were too young to
We
remember.
just had my son, when my son was a year old. I was outside cutting the grass, and my wife come out screaming, "Hey, you got to come see the TV."
I think for my parents, they just put me to sleep or whatever, and the late night news came, and it was breaking news across Australia because it would have literally had just happened in the middle of the day in New York.
Well, the news came on. I remember the news came on when the first plane hit, and it was showing the flame. Literally, you watched the plane live on news hit the second plane hit the building. I was like, oh crap, life's getting scary now.
I probably would have been asleep as a 4-month-old when that happened.
That's crazy. That does feel like it was just, a couple of weeks ago, Mail. And you were born that year. That is crazy.
That's because we're getting old, Macro.
Yeah, time's going way too fast.
Hey,
I'll be
speak for
50.
yourself.
We're all
And I know,
stories.
and I graduated from high school with people that were actually born after that even happened. And I remember my older brother who was born in 1985. I think he had just came back from the US in 2004 or whatever, and he actually gave me and Lauren posters of the New York skyline with the two World Trade Centers, and then like 10 years after that, before we got rid of those posters because they shriveled up after hanging on the walls forever, my dad told me that that only one of those towers exists now, right?
And then there were none.
Then there, yeah.
It's funny when you think back to all the crazy stuff they had us believe in. It's like, remember Y2K?
Well, yeah, I think that was funny. We put men on the moon, but yet we couldn't think ahead 20 years about what the computers were going
to do.
Yeah, because
it sounded like it was going to be the end of the world. It's like, oh my God, the only thing that's going to happen is maybe you won't get your direct deposit in your bank account.
But even then, wouldn't they get a computer and fast forward it to let it roll over and see what happens before everyone just
well, because all of the conspiracy theorists back then in Y2K didn't know how bad all of the world.
It was just another instance of people trying to scare people. That's what the news
because
is about. They just thrive on scaring people over
because they didn't know what would happen with the clocks built into technology would happen if the date was going to remain a 2-digit, or if it was going to miraculously turn into a four-digit year.
But I think what the thing was, it doesn't matter. It
Doesn't
just
matter.
counts. It would go to 20, 21, 22. It didn't matter if it was 4 digits. Every date's 4 digits. 1999. Who cares if it goes to 2000? It's just still
Exactly.
counting.
Yeah, but back
What
then,
it is the computers were going to
but
recognize
back
it as the
then,
year
but back then,
1900.
a lot of dates on clocks on computers were only 2 digits. So the reason why the year 2000 was such a big deal is because on the 1st second of January 1, 2000, that a 19
Very
That
true.
really, I
that-
hear what you're trying to say, but
that-
that really isn't what the deal is. The deal was
that-
is they were afraid it was going to affect the financial markets.
yeah,
Because
that
I was part of the
a
process of
99
installing all these new computers everywhere when they were
I think
making
the
their big
internet
hush
connection's
hush
going
about it.
out now.
yeah, that 99, 2 digit of 1999 was going to become 00. That's what people were scared about. But
Yeah,
it
but
didn't
what
happen.
we're trying to say, Mayo, is humanity and mankind that dumb that they didn't think, like, we honestly thought it was just going to melt down and, oh man, we made all this technology, but it can't count properly, like AI and all that stuff. Like it's like a minor blip. It's like worried about drowning in a rainstorm or something.
Or worried about drowning in a teaspoon.
There you
And
go.
so I always like to ask the question, what genius must have been scrambling his ass off in late December to have the knowledge to update the world's digital date clocks from having the year be 2 digits to 4 digits.
And
Because
why
there
do you
must have
worry
been
about it in
someone who
1990?
made that. There must have been someone who made that change and programmed it to change and programmed the dates on computers for the years to change from 2 digits to
Yeah.
4 digits only when it was New Year's Day, because otherwise if they had changed it on computers from 99 to 1999 at the start of December 1999, that would have avoided the whole conspiracy theorists who said that planes were going to fall out of the sky and all that other crap.
All I know is my dad was in charge of the USDA Y2K issues. Like, I got to live through that whole thing with my dad, and he brought home a machine one time and showed us what would happen, and it was not good. Because
What would happen if
what happened was when it rolled over, he did a forced rollover. It wiped out all the data. It reverted back to the hard drive, back to the starting point of its time. So like
it legit had an issue? Wow.
Yeah, it was not pretty, but like, you know, but I mean, I have a plaque from my dad when he got an award for what he did for the USDA. He got moved from DOD. He was writing all the guidance systems for aircraft carriers and submarines, and they moved him over to the USDA to deal with all that garbage. So
yeah, that's trippy.
Yeah.
That's funny.
But yeah, it was an issue. The problem was that it was so inconsistent. It was what the biggest scare was, that it didn't adversely affect every single computer, but like you didn't know, it was like a time bomb. It was like you didn't know
what it was going to affect, right?
Yeah, you didn't know what it could have been, like nothing, and it could have been something. So like they had to prepare for every contingency, and so.
Do you remember when your dad started that project? Like, was it still in 1999? Was it like 1995?
He started. Yeah, it was 96 is when he started it. That's when, because he got moved. He got moved from Colorado. They forced him to go to DC to take care of it. So he was a computer scientist for USDA in Fort Collins, and then that problem came up as a big issue, and he was one of the senior programmers. So they said, "Yeah, you're going to DC, and we're going to fix the problem." So,
and they never foreseen this issue until 1999.
No, it was 96 when he started doing it.
Ah,
So I mean,
At least they were on it, though. At least they didn't wait to the last minute.
No, they didn't wait. They were well prepared. That's what I'm saying. Like when that rollover hit, they like, you know, I don't know how much of his work ended up going to other agencies, but like the USDA, like when that sucker hit, there was no problems. I mean, the USDA controls a lot of stuff with all the food, and you know, I mean, like.
So then what Mayo says, the computers bug out because they're not going over to the 4 digits, and then your dad's working on it, and he actually has a machine, and then Daryl saying like that machine crapped out. So if that machine crapped out, they're worried about the machines with all the financial information.
Yeah, basically, yeah. I mean, well, not just that, but just records. Think about it, just all the records that they had started, you know, converted from paper to digital. You know, I mean,
see, the way that I understood it is exactly basically how he is explaining it, which was because where I was at, which we had to do a big update like the year prior, but they were afraid at 2000, like he said, it would go back to like 1900 is what basically the year was. And then when it reverts back to that age, it's like doing a system reboot on a computer because it's starting new again. So
because the last 2 digits of 2000 is 00, not like 1900.
Right.
Okay, I take back all the crap I just said because that would be scary. You're in the middle of a flight or on a cruise or something, and all of a sudden all the computers wigged out.
The thing is, like I said, it was they didn't know exactly how adverse the problem would be. So you kind of have to, from the government standpoint, and his work was you have to take worst case scenario. You have to contingent worst case. What's the worst that could happen, and prepare for that. It's like you can't, like nothing could, but you can give them all the crap you want. You know what I mean? That nothing really would have happened. But if something did happen, then you'd be like, oh crap. You know what I mean? Like those.
Yeah, but my problem with that is it's like a lot of things is they love to scare people. It's like I almost think you'd be better off leaving it as a surprise. Why scare the masses? Because I remember people in the comments were saying people were buying generators, people were buying canned goods, water, this and that. You know what I mean? It went over the top the way that they scared people.
And some of the most extreme of the conspiracy theorists thought there was going to be an apocalypse after Y2K.
Yeah. Well, my dad wasn't worried at all. I mean, like my dad, if anybody would have known something bad would have happened and we would have been like stocking up on whatever, he would have known. And he was not worried at all. He just had to get it fixed. You know, he was just, you know. But,
so then what did they do to fix the whole situation?
Installed new operating systems.
Yeah, it was a big
on everything across the darn world.
Yep.
It was a big update, yeah.
Wow.
And it was those new operating systems and new updates which finally changed the year on clocks from computers to be from 2 digits to 4 digits.
That would have been a fun surprise if it actually went down how they thought it could have.
Went back to the year 1900 would have been scary as hell.
Have to fix all that stuff on the fly. That would have been crazy.
The problem is like with any time of crisis of any kind, everybody overreacts. It's just like, you know,
human nature.
You know, it's just like grow some stones and like just like.
I couldn't agree more, man. I say that on a daily basis. That's why I always say we've raised the generation of pussies.
Kevin brings up a good point about the toilet paper.
You always wonder that, Daryl, the next generation, if there's a major event, aka like a world war, you know, I don't want half of these people who are used to not getting anything hard done having to watch my back or something.
I wouldn't want it. I'd rather watch my
and
own
I
back.
feel so old. Sorry, I feel so old. I feel so old saying this, but I'm only turning 21 in less than 30 days. But I'm already starting to say, the kids these days, they're so soft. I'm already starting to think like that because all of these people from generation Alpha, which is 2010 and above, they're only 10. They'll only be the earliest of those generation alphas would be turning 12 years old this year, and they're already talking on an iPhone.
Ask Grandpa what he thinks about my generation. Maybe he thinks we're all a bunch of pussies.
Back in
I
in my
honestly
day,
think that every generation probably thinks that about the next.
The previous one.
yeah.
If they had to go through what we did.
Back in my day, in my day, before high school, there was no iPhone.
They didn't even have
Back in my
computers.
day,
in
there
my
was
class.
no freaking video games and stuff. You know what I mean? We went outside and played.
You know,
They had
I went
Pong.
into
They had Pong. We had Pong.
Well, it wasn't like it isn't all
we
this
had,
stuff.
we had
It's like-
Atari. We
Do you
had
remember-
ColecoVision.
do you
we had-
remember
we-
having to use the dial-up and all that good stuff?
Ba-bong, ba-bong. You got mail.
I used to love that ding, 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 ding. You know,
Yeah. Dude,
Oh yeah, I used to love
In
waiting
my
all night
first
to download
year-
a song.
when the V90 came out, that was a big year. Oh, the V90,
Control these
the ultimate dial-up. Oh my god.
somewhat separate. So when I put them away, it's not
In,
that much.
I believe it was in my first. I believe it was in my first year of elementary / primary school that they'd only just come out with the DVD.
Oh my god, I remember
Because my pre-schooling childhood was nothing but VHS tapes.
I remember them VHS tapes too.
I
And
used
all
to
of,
have,
all
well, I
of our
still
old,
have VHS.
all of our old, all of our old baby videos were filmed on a camcorder and were rendered onto a VHS.
And then DVD and then Blu-ray, and now even all that's obsolete. You can buy Blu-rays at the pawn shop for like 50 cents a movie, $1 a movie.
What's
Yeah,
funny,
but-
man, is I remember when they first came out with DVDs, VHS went down to like $5 a piece, and then DVDs were like $20 to $30. Then they came out with
Yeah.
Blu-ray, and then the DVDs went down to $5, and now the Blu-ray were $30, $40, $50.
And now since not everyone can afford the latest and greatest technology, and not everyone wants to pay a monthly subscription for Disney Plus or a Netflix or Hulu or whatever, people make the conscious decision to still buy the DVDs.
Most grocery stores would be empty.
And there are some people that are born in my generation and a little bit older who are still surprised that they even make that they even make DVDs anymore. But I'm not, because there's still a market for them. Just like how a couple years ago, when the market for vinyl records came back.
Yeah, that was funny.
That kills me too. I can't believe people buy those.
I
Which is
love
funny
vinyl.
because you had a good
I-
collection.
I
Big money.
Well, I'm gonna
love-
say I buy it because I remember them, and I like the old
I
scratchy
love
sound.
Vinyl. It's so
But-
warm.
To,
It's so
to see people today, modern, kids
Yeah.
today, young people today buying them, it's just like, holy crap, man! It's like we've
I
come full
know.
circle.
It's great though. Huh?
I thought they came back because it sounded great or something like that.
Yeah.
Well, they do.
Yeah, it is.
Versus
It's a
even
nice-
a DVD
Yeah.
or a CD,
Because-
I should say.
The reason, all right. So like with the way records work, so sound waves, it's a very continuous curve. I mean, like Daryl will know, like with electricity and things. But like when you have a sound wave that continuous curve, the analog signal, with our modern technology, we're able to actually burn those, not burn, but carve those records even better than they used to be able to do, and they have such much more smoother, warm tone. Oh my god, so much better.
The actual records do.
Yeah,
Yes.
the records. Oh yes, so warm. It's
See,
like
So it
The
actually
big-
sounds better than the new
Yes.
the new age stuff.
yes,
Okay,
yes.
that's what I should be asking then.
Yes.
There's
Hey,
Thomas.
Thomas
There's
Davey.
Thomas Davey.
Nice, Thomas Davey, what up?
Yeah, and
My
I
thing
can
with
agree
those,
with
I
what
just
you were
thought it was
saying
funny
about.
how-
I
I
can
just thought it was
agree
funny
with
how
what
we-
you were saying about the vinyl records, because I know that there are songs that were released when I was born that back then they sounded worse. They sounded worse on, or back then that would have been a cassette or an A track that
I've never
sounded
listened to a
worse
record.
than when they came out with the vinyl with the vinyl record versions of that song like 2 years ago. The vinyls are so much better quality nowadays.
I've literally never listened to any
Well, the
music.
big
on
reason
a
for the
vinyl
change
record.
originally was just quite simply because. I'd say the big push for the change though was clarity, because it wasn't so much. I mean, the quality was good too when they first went to digital and they went to DVD and all that. But it was a couple different reasons. One, they wanted to be able to put it into your car and play it without it jumping around. That was never a possibility with records. But the other big thing was the clarity. But the thing is over time, people have realized, and it's like being a musician, because everybody went digital for a long time, and everybody's gotten sick of it because you've lost a lot of the volume, I guess is the best way to put it. That warm sound, as Bricklock is calling it, which is the fullness of the sound. Because instead of just having a bleep tone, you have that fullness. And when it comes to musicians playing, more and more now, it's funny because everybody's trying to buy the old tube amps and all that to get that same full sound that you get on the common modern day records now. If
I
that
just want
makes
to
sense.
take a quick minute to clarify something, Paul bought. The only time I've fallen asleep on stream was during 50 hours, a couple minutes here and there. Now, passing out and falling asleep are two different things. I've never fallen asleep other than a 50-hour stream. Never fallen asleep. Passed out multiple times.
Way Out Animation says, "Gosh, I remember when the Nokia phone was a big deal. For me, I remember when the BlackBerry was a big deal because in the first 3 years of the iPhone, the BlackBerry was just a better phone.
I remember
It
the
wa-
bag phones that you used to carry in your car in a duffel bag, and then you had the cord you plugged into your cigarette lighter, and then the other thing you pulled out, and it was a big brick for a phone, and you stuck it up to your ear, and you thought you were so cool with that 50-pound phone in your hand.
Even the very, very first cell phones, like they looked like a brick too. You know, they were still
Yes, they did, man. They were
decent
huge.
size.
It got
Yeah.
was like $3 a minute to talk on them. You remember all that crap? And then pagers. I loved pagers.
Yeah.
Causing hip problems.
And I remember when people started using pages over cell phones that were the brick type because they thought that the NSA was listening to their phone conversations, which they couldn't listen to on a pager.
Say by
You get that
2000, I don't
T9
remember
word.
anybody having a pager.
Hey
Oh,
guys,
there you go, Eric. Most
I got-
people have mail. Do you even know how to work that phone?
I got a phone call. One sec, hold on.
Mail, would you even know how to make a phone call on that bad boy right there?
On yes, because I did have a toy. I had a toy rotary dial telephone back when I was
Yeah, but how do you do it though?
when I
man?
was 0 to 6.
And then you got to make a
Yeah.
long distance phone call, and now you got to add another 10 seconds for every phone number you're dialing.
Yeah, because you've got to spin the dial to the respective number.
No, I
Was
don't
it
know.
ever
Eric,
like
you have
for
a
you,
jack in your house?
Macro? Because when I was a kid, if you lived like in your local town, I used to live in Belleville, so every number was 697 or 699 was the first 3 digits, and then you had your last 4 digits. But if you were calling somebody in your hometown, you only had to dial the last 5 digits, so it would be like 75735 or 95735, and you didn't
Hey,
have to
that would be
dial it as
smart.
much.
I've
Did they
never
have
never
that in
seen
Canada?
that. No, not in my time that I can recall, anyways.
So I always thought that. Well, remember, you could always hit 0 to talk to the operator, and then you could say the
Yep.
time of day. And
That's actually smart. Too bad well, I guess cell phones kind of all over the place, but that's a smart idea. Anyone in that town, just hit up the last 5 numbers.
Something
I
I
used
think
to
a lot of people forget is they had rotary push button dial telephones.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but that wasn't you didn't have to. It looked like a rotary, but you just pushed it. You didn't pull it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly. It was
This
just
one's
it was just
legit.
it was
Can you
just
still plug that in your house?
the push button, and then those push button dial
It was
telephones
a converter.
then evolved into the payphones.
No, what was awesome. It's like with the phone that Macro has too. It's like everybody, I'm sure, had this. You either had the cord that plugged into the phone that was 20 feet long, so you could walk around the house while you were talking on it.
Oh yeah, on the wall when those phones used to be hung up on
Yes.
the wall,
That
and
was
the
when you had the
cable.
stringy one.
Yeah, and the cable for the landline was run through the wall to get to the wall phone.
You're always trying to hide around the corner so your parents don't
We
see
actually still
your girlfriend.
we actually still have a landline because we get 3 calls on it, and not everyone in our family has a mobile phone.
Yeah.
Then you could just pick up the phone and eavesdrop to your sister or brother or whatever talking on the phone.
Yeah.
Or your mom and dad would pick up the phone and tell them, "Get off the phone."
It wasn't there like a star
And then
6
you can
9
get
or a
an
star
and then you
6
can get
7,
an
so you get
answering.
2 people in there. You get 2 people
Yeah, you
on the
could do-
phone call.
Yeah, you could do the group chats.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm trying to remember what they called that.
It was
Somebody-
conference call. Called conference call.
And then before
Oh,
caller
I don't
ID,
even
star
I don't
6
even
9.
know
Party
how they did that. How they did that in the landline era.
Well, you had an
But they did
operator.
it somehow.
They plugged into multiple phones into your one port.
It's funny the technology that existed. But watch out for Y2K.
So was it really just a matter of getting multiple plugs?
The funny thing to me though is
Nope.
I honestly would rather go back to that because it seemed more simple back then. Everybody wasn't worried about technology, and everybody wasn't worried about who they're calling and talking to, and you know what I mean.
Yeah.
I'm so annoyed
I
by
hate
people
cell
on their phones in the cars when you're driving down the highway.
Yeah.
Not paying attention. Yeah.
And everyone remembers the first brick style cell phones that you had in your house. But did anyone actually have any of the first cell phones that you could take out on the street?
That's what I was saying. I used to have,
Motorola's.
it was called the bag phone. Your whole phone was in basically like a duffel bag.
Oh, those ones. Those were the very old school ones. Yeah. Very first
like
ones.
I said, it was like $3 or $5 a minute when I used that son of a gun.
Wow.
Yeah, and wasn't the payphone still cheaper back then on
Oh God,
the street?
yes. Well, there was
The
a trick
regular
to it.
payphone.
Well, we did when I was growing up, because I had started off with pagers. Somebody paged you, or if you wanted to, let's say you wanted to call your mom and dad, and you were at a payphone to let them know, "Hey, mom, I'm coming home late." So you'd hit the operator to make a collect call, and they'd ask, "What's your name?" And it wasn't an operator that was talking; they would record what you said. So all you would say is, "Mom and Dad, I'm going to be home late," when they asked your name. So when they answered the phone, the operator would say, "We have a collect call from Mom and Dad. I'm going to be late." That way you didn't have to even pay to use the phone.
And then you didn't even have to talk to him and get into trouble for being late until you go home.
Until you got home. Right, exactly. So you're picking it up.
So what do you guys think of me?
And also,
making it Black Falcon
did you change it from? Did
What are you
you
gonna do with that,
change it
Macro?
from a grey to a black?
Change what? Grey to
Did you
black?
change it from a grey to a black?
Then
But
it
did
wouldn't
you
look
just change it
castle,
from a grey to a black?
But it wouldn't look like a castle if that was all black.
The roof?
No, this part, Bale?
No, I'm talking about for the roof.
No, I changed it to blue.
Did you just change?
Dark blue.
Because from this angle, with the lighting, it looks like okay, so it's
Yeah.
dark blue.
Just my low budget lighting.
Okay,
But yeah, dark blue, so it kind of matches a bit more the rest of Black Falcon Castle.
Well, to be honest, they did come out with the Black Monarch's castle, which was all black in 1989, and then they came out with the Knights Stronghold, which was an add-on to that in 1990.
To me, I like the stonework of the gray on the castle. To me, that seems like a more of a true castle versus the yellow, black, whatever colors.
So I agree with you.
And you know those 1x5 old style castle walls that had the stonework pattern. They actually made that same printing for the Black Monarch's castle, and I think I have 12 of those. And if anyone's actually seen videos of my castle, you know that those are in there. Yeah, I just received your message, Macro. There's a delay.
Oh, no worries, just so it doesn't get too crazy. Ruth, how's it going?
If Greg was here, I'm sure he'd want purple. But just saying.
Ooh, I got lots of purple slopes. That could be a good idea.
For the
Hey, Ruth.
It's funny we get talking about these phones, CDs, video games, technology, and everything that's changed in that amount of time. I'm sure it's going to be a good thing, but I got a little bit of a slight ease in my back of my head about what the next 10, 15 years is going to be and all the crazy technology that changes.
Yeah, but I'm an engineering teacher, so this is like my classroom right now.
So working outside of work.
You know, like this is what I live every day. I have a nice old 1920s radio that still works too.
No way. That's awesome.
Yeah. So can you plug that phone in and it still work? Does your house have a jack for it?
Yeah. Oh no. Well, I have a jack. I'd have to get land service, but this is a converter to put it into a modern jack. So, but yeah. So this would plug into a regular phone jack, and then it could convert the analog input to a digital, so you could use it on a regular phone.
Well, something you want to see that was, I'm assuming maybe what I'm getting ready to talk about might be for what you're talking about there, but I had a very old phone years ago. I sold it, but what it was is you would crank it while you held the button, and then the operator would pick up. You know what I'm talking about?
The what was it?
I wish I still had it. It was a phone, but there was just one button on it. You just pushed the button, then you cranked it to alert the operator to pick it up. And then once she picked it up, you would talk on it, and then they would just plug you through their reception service area.
You're talking about the ones that like had the old school ones that you would.
The old school.
Yes, I mean I'm talking like early 1900 schools phones.
Yeah. I understand. My mom when she lived in the Pontiac area in Illinois, it was hilarious. The rumor mill was real. Like, who needs Twitter when you got because everyone had their own ring. So yours was like 2 longs and a short or something or whatever it was.
Okay, you know exactly what I'm talking about. Yes.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I know what you mean. I know what you mean.
That's like the stuff you've seen in some of the movies or like the wartime phones there.
Yeah. Operator.
I just thought those were the coolest freaking things.
They were cool.
It was very simple but effective.
Sure.
Yeah, who's going to test out that teleporter for sure when it shows up?
They're actually working on a teleporter on the coast of Africa right now.
That'll be crazy. I'll be like mind blown. You drop an apple in there and it pops out somewhere else you send the address to. That's just...
Well, the theoretical problem right now is, so because they've done small things, but like the problem is if you teleport somebody, do they teleport as them or a shell of them? Because like, do your memories come with you? So like the concept is once they get it in a situation, like you train a rat or something to do some task that it would know, and would it be able to do it once it got to the other, you know what I mean? So there's a lot of, just ethical questions that you have to ask about, those kinds of things.
But that would be amazing. I mean, that would be like Star Trek real life, you know what I mean?
I know.
Freaking awesome.
Snotty beat me twice last night. It was wonderful.
Yeah, that'll be interesting. Memories or no memories, shell or no shell, the fact that they can get physical matter.
Well, yeah, I mean, if you could teleport objects, you know what I mean, that would be holy cow. I mean, that's like, you know.
Oh yeah, that'd solve a lot of the world's issues.
It's like I could get my Lego in minutes. Let's get real. That's what's the priority. It's like, you know.
So yeah, back to that one. You think Lego got so many influx of orders during the whole 2 years of COVID, or is it people that didn't go to work to actually pick these orders? Or are they picking all these orders by hand? Like, I'm a little confused on how something takes so long.
They're picking them by hand was the way that I always understood it. They have to physically hand count them.
You think that they'd got enough money that they'd set something up that could have them, like, you know, sent through the machine, or a robot does it or something, you know, take some tips from Amazon or something.
I know, that's exactly what I was thinking.
No, I agree, but the way that I understood it is that they do physically hand count every order.
Wow. So if you got, you know, 80 different elements, 25 of each one, that's going to take someone,
yeah,
how big that warehouse is. It's going to take them like 5 hours a day.
And it's like people like me, I know they hate. I'm taking 999 1x2s, 999. You know, it's like...
Well, but I think they're done the way they're doing their business, to be perfectly honest. I think if I was running the pick a brick, you know, those kind of things, I would be like, here is, you know, bulk packs of 100 that I just pre-sort and have them available, and you buy them at maybe a different rate than you would individually. But like, that way you could order, you know, like, think about it. If you just had boxes of 100 or 500 dark bluish gray tiles, it's like people would buy that, you know.
I was gonna say they used to do that at the Lego stores, but they quit.
No, but I'm saying though, I think their shipping service, the one that goes to the house, you know.
Yeah.
I think that's what they should do. I mean, I don't care if they do the individual ones still, but they should have another, you know, part where you can buy, you know, and it has to be like a minimum of like 100 count or something. You know what I mean?
I got you. And always that's consistent number, like
something that's easy to do. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
well, people on Bricklink do it. So no, I totally get what you're saying, and it would make sense because there's like people on Bricklink where it's like you have to order in quantities of 50 or 100 or whatever because that's how they already have it pre-sorted.
Yeah,
I was going to say that same thing.
You know, they could set it up. They got enough money.
Well, there's certain things that you would easily buy in hundreds, like tiles, bricks. I mean, there's definitely, you know, you're probably not going to pack a 100 pack of pigs, but you know, I mean, you know,
a lot of their more common parts, or like even like you say, just bricks. Like they could probably do that with most of the actual bricks, tiles, and plates.
Yeah.
I mean, like you were saying with pigs and stuff, you could still do quantities of like say 5 or 10. I mean, it could still be prepackaged.
But you pay more for those because it's being sorted. You know what I mean? But like you said, there's the bulk price and then individual price. You know.
I'm just surprised that Lego wouldn't have all their pieces and whatever. That someone just goes to aisle 15, row 12, types in "Hey 200," sticks their thing under 200, falls out, go to the next element. You know. Like a Jelly Belly dispenser, but it counts it automatically for you.
They're going to have to do something to make it more efficient.
But what I was going to say, like with the stores, and I mean, I would love it if they would do this online too. They would sell the box of bricks or whatever once upon a time that they would use to stock those drawers. And on average, like if it was 1x2 bricks, they would usually be close. It was within the neighborhood because every box was packed differently, but it could usually within the neighborhood of 5,000 bricks, and they would sell them for like $100. But it didn't matter what the part was; it was whatever fit in that box size. That was all you got, and that looks cool, Mayo.
Yeah, I've just got all the wrong junk in all the right. No, sorry, I've got all the right junk in all the wrong place.
Totally
and for those who haven't seen before, this is my Lego City, and I do monthly updates of it. It's always on the last Thursday of the month, and last Thursday, I finally got around to moving all these base plates across Some were by 1 stud, some were by 2 studs, and that took me a good hour because, as Macro knows, I have to wrestle with these table legs.
Yeah, I got some of my Lego underneath my tables, and yeah, the same issue. Table legs, or they're always in the shot, or I'm bumping them.
And the recent addition, oh sorry,
Oh, I'm sorry.
the recent addition was the Friends Main Street,
That adds a lot of
and
color.
I take a lot of pride in my train stuff, so that gets a lot of space because I've got my train yard back there. If I ever have any spare pieces of rolling stock, but for the most part, all of the rolling stock I've made so far fits into the harbour yard siding. Anyway,
Can
I
you
just needed to clean. I just needed to clean some stuff so that I could properly walk again, and I can.
Can your train run around the city right now? You still got to do a little bit of cleaning.
Yeah, I just need to clean off the whiteboard and one of my other boxes, and I'll I might be able to run
I thought
my trains on silent at the end of the live stream.
Here's a convenient part. I haven't seen this one.
I like that.
That's
Right.
one of my orders I'm waiting on.
I mean,
Are
that's
you using it for texture, Daryl, or for actual garage door?
No, for that Ford dealership mock I'm making, I ran out of white, and then I also ran out of. I only have 3 or 2 of them apparently. These little door pieces, this little whatever you call them that goes inside of those.
yeah. Oh, these.
Yes, I only have 2 left, and I'm waiting on an order of 100 of those just so I can finish that Ford dealership I started.
Yeah.
Good luck trying to get those garage door bricks in sand green if you want to build the greengrocer. Good luck.
I don't know.
I can still get them in sand blue. What was that from the pet shop?
It's like I tell everybody, if you want to build the greengrocer, don't buy those.
Big block.
Do a color change. I always recommend that to people because it ain't worth it. Not for there's only 36 of that brick that Mayo's talking about to build that set, and it's just not worth paying the $5-10 a piece people want for those bricks.
Is that what they want for one brick now?
Dude, it's insane. Yes, it is. It's crazy numbers.
Wow.
And you got to buy 36 of them. Do a search on Bricklink real quick and look it up. Type in the number 36 for that part number and see what the lowest price is.
Wow.
You will be shocked.
Yeah. Here's Mayo's favorite thing in the world.
Right on, James.
Yes.
Thank you.
The cypress tree.
There's Mayo's dreams right there.
I got rid of the cypress tree thing from my profile, I guess.
Yeah.
That's one hell of a tree. Definitely the most valuable tree on the market that isn't a brick built tree.
See, well, the thing is, another one. Why is Lego stop making trees? Like, just keep going.
Like, cypress trees expensive?
$50 a piece.
Yeah, easily.
What's funny is this tree. If they would make these Lego rings, you could build this kind of tree out. Like maybe you had like a little topper part, but you could do like a Technic easily to recreate this kind of concept out of actual Lego parts, and they would be amazing. Like you could make all sorts of cool trees out of them.
Yeah, different heights and all that, make it customizable.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like you could, you wouldn't have to reproduce that tree. You could just reproduce the rings that make up this kind of tree, and then boom.
They still make all these though, don't they?
Huh?
Yeah, those little ones.
Yeah. The little ones. Yeah. The little pine trees.
Ordering those currently.
And then you have these little round ones.
Yeah, we got. Let's see here.
They don't make those anymore, though, do they? Those round ones.
Those are the fruit trees.
Yeah,
I believe that they only make the small pine trees nowadays.
Yeah, I haven't seen those round ones, and I've actively been looking for trees on Lego.
They don't make these anymore. Then this is the larger.
No,
one.
That's why
they're the big. They're the big pine trees, and they actually made 2 different types of the pine tree, of the big pine trees, because the original one had a square. The original one had a square base to it.
Yeah.
Yes, but those were like I want to say those were like 60s.
They actually did reproduce this. Remember the windmill that they did?
Yeah.
This was a special element in that windmill. Like that was like with the special plastic. They're like
Oh,
They
that
did-
green plow, the leaf plows.
Yeah,
Yeah.
they did reissue this tree in that set. But it
Well,
was
why
And Michael,
stop?
the goat
Why is that
is
just
worth
stop making?
double.
yeah.
Michael,
$100
the
goat,
goat
yeah.
is worth double what you think.
There's the round one like you had.
It's like Lego knows that we want these trees, so let's stop making them.
That's what it always seems like when they get a part that a lot of people want. I swear to God, it's like they think that.
Oh,
And
I'm
also,
sure.
what happened to Lego trains? What happened, Lego?
Where's my monorail? Damn it!
Where's
Yeah,
my? Where are the re-releases of the my own train sets from 2001 to 2002? That's all. That's all the hardcore train collectors want is for Lego to do stuff like they did 20 years ago with the my own train thing.
I'd love to be in some of those business boardroom meetings. Fly on the wall.
Let's see. What part should we
Alex says
discontinue
green.
this year to drive him crazy?
Alex says,
I know.
hold on to those
I
trees,
know.
Daryl. They're going to
Let's
turn up like the
discontinue
cypress
the
one.
1x6x5 wall panel and make a Mayo Hosco mad because that's his favorite Lego piece.
The boss. Supply and demand. Well, they got no supply, and man, they're being demanded.
Yeah, of our wallets.
Yeah, I can see those round trees going up to ridiculous amounts, like that cypress tree. The older and older they get, the more and more people that want them, the scarcer and scarcer they get.
Invest in them while you can.
And if they do release a goat, like it's going to be hard for half of us to get them because everyone's going to be buying hundreds of goats. So I need them.
They are coming out with
They're gonna go
goats,
up.
though. I thought.
I don't
I'm
know.
trying to remember what set it was.
It'll be a new mold if they do. Because they said the old mold got lost or destroyed or whatever.
You know what?
I
Speaking
do
of
believe
that,
it is going to be a new mold. You are correct on that.
I better load up on pigs because I can see them stop making those one day too.
Oh yeah. Then you can.
I
sell
don't think
them
the pigs are going anywhere. They use that in too many different lines. Because
What was the other one? There was a sheep. I thought I ordered some of those off of Bricks and Pieces from
Well,
that 4
something else
plus
I would
Disney
highly-
set.
Something else I would
Yeah,
highly
Michael.
recommend ordering is the elephant,
There you go.
because that they've only ever made an elephant once before. So the one that's coming out now, I would really recommend buying a couple if you like them.
yeah, I've got a few
And
of
that-
those.
And that one set was the Elephant Caravan
That's
back in
nice.
the Orient Expedition Adventurous sets in 2003.
Yep, you got
And
it.
it was, to respond to Michael's comment, it was Jay's Boric blog or whatever that posted that spoof as an April Fool's joke. Because he posted a picture of a Lego goat in the build a minifig thing, and that fooled a lot of people in a Lego store Facebook group that I'm in. I had to tell them all that it was an April Fool's joke.
Don't believe it till you're holding it.
There you go.
Jump back to Big Block. He was saying the red roof looks good on here. It does have like the blue kind of blends in with the gray a little bit, but I think the red roof would look funny in the Black Falcon Castle. So I'm actually switching it out from red to blue. And you know, worst case, if it looks goofy, I'll switch it back. Especially with it being somewhat of that entrance kind of to the actual castle area outside the market.
Hey, Daryl. Here's something that Macro always loves when I open up.
Oh, those old catalogs. I got some of those,
They're not the catalogs, they're the idea books.
but I still have those.
Yeah.
Those are freaking amazing, though.
The little tidbits, you know, that's what gives the kids the imagination. They flip that open, they build some of those, they try some of their own stuff.
Oh, absolutely. I'm trying to think, where the heck are mine even at?
$2.99.
$2.99.
Yeah, $2.99.
Yeah, they weren't much.
Yeah. I bought the heck out of these things, man. I loved them.
And they
It
weren't
still
like
blows my mind that you had to pay for those.
they weren't crappy sets. Like they had the stickers.
There's
They
the
weren't
stickers.
crappy builds in there either. There were some details.
Well,
I
here,
I
I'll
guess
give
you were paying for the stickers is what you were paying for.
Yeah.
you see, I think all my really old collectible
Pops.
stuff is in the
Nice.
house in my other file cabinet.
Those are I wish Lego would go back to doing those.
It's that small stuff like that that's gonna bring people in or get new customers, right?
Well,
Yeah.
the thing that I was trying to find and see if I have one on one of my old sets here, 'cause I have a couple vintage here, but remember in the very back of the book, Bricklock, where
Yep.
it would show you parts you could order? I'm
The
talking like
At
80.
the mail, it
the
was
mail order ones. I
Yeah,
probably have
way
some
the
of those.
mail order.
Yeah, those are the catalog ones that used to come in there. These ones don't really have the part list. They don't really have like.
That's why Lego stopped making those, is because you could have hours of entertainment off one or two sets. Where now
Yeah.
they know you're going to keep buying more and more and more.
Oh, I
and more.
agree with that. That's what they want, though, man. They're making a mint off us.
And with the mail order, you had to write to the fictitious Susan Williams, if anyone remembers that.
This is what you
Okay.
built at the beginning of the stream, wasn't it, Macro?
Yes.
You modified it.
Yep.
But I remember in some of these super old sets, and I'm not seeing in any of these little ones I got. I'd have to dig through deeper. I thought they used to have like a couple small things at the back of them that they would show you that. I think these are the fold out, so they don't have it.
I think the sets with the fold out instructions, they did that because they were small enough that they could do that. With the bigger ones, they give you the booklet, and I believe it was only with the booklet sets they give you a catalog, whether it was small, medium, or large. But they changed the way. Well, they kind of. But then they realized that hey, even with the small sets, we still want to push our products. So they made those small fold-out advertising leaflets in the late 90s, so that they could put those into the small sets. And they stopped doing the small, medium, and large size catalogs by the late 90s. They just switched to the one size fits all catalog, and with the sets that were too small for those, they just put those fold out advertising leaflets, which were better at getting their product out there.
That's the one that I always found a little, I wouldn't say odd, but one that intrigued me is Lego's decent sized company and no public stock.
Well, I don't know. That's to their advantage and disadvantage at the same time.
That's because they don't need
Well-
they don't need investors' money to turn a profit. That's why.
Well, it's not just that though. It's when
It's-
you're publicly traded, you have to answer to a board of directors.
There you go. And they want to
That's-
keep their priorities and their little stupidity about no guns and no this and no that.
Yeah,
If they were a public company, all those rules would change.
yeah,
That would be my opinion on it.
yeah.
We'd actually get some cypress trees back.
Yeah. The investors would be like, "How are we going to make the most money? Make the monorail.
Exactly.
Make the damn monorail."
Because there's a lot of information they want to hide, and they know that if they were ever to be a publicly listed company on international stock exchanges, they would have to release all of those secrets they've been keeping from us for years, like all the tampered marketing reports they use to not want to make new train stuff and new castle stuff and new pirate stuff, when the most important market research you could ever have that's more valid than any pie chart that a company could ever make about profits and expenses is, if the customers will buy it, just sell it. If the
Correct me
customers want to buy castle, pirates, and trains, sell it to us. If customers want to buy the monorail, sell it to us. There are people out there who wouldn't care what the price was. They would still buy the monorail regardless. If they were to do what Oyo did back in the early and mid 2000s and make sets based on the NFL, if Lego got the NFL license, I'm sure there would be enough people in the US who would pay the ridiculous high prices to buy Lego NFL sets. They did the NBA, but the NBA wasn't as big back then as what it is now, so that's why it failed.
Yeah, the NFL probably wants a nasty cut or licensing agreement or something, maybe.
Well, you can guarantee that.
Well, I think that if they were to get the NFL license from Oyo, the NFL tax would be no difference from the Disney tax, would it, with Star Wars sets?
I don't know. I guess that depends on what everyone expects to get paid, maybe.
Then why do city sets cost as much as Star Wars sets?
They're getting
That's because the smart people who've analyzed Lego's profit and losses is that they know that to offset the cost of all of the licenses, they like to spread it across their other themes, and they know that enough people buy enough people not in North America, because North America is one of the least popular markets for Lego City, but they know a lot of people outside of North America like to buy them, so that's why they feel like they can get away with charging a higher price, which is wrong, because that's not artificial inflation. That's supply and demand. Because there are some crazy people out there who are willing to pay those prices, which makes it worse. Well, which makes it worse for all of the people who want to buy the city sets but can't afford them.
That's something I was going to say too, though, Bricklock. Back to the monorail thing that you were mentioning. Correct me if I'm wrong. I thought part of the reason that they killed that was quite simply because after they ended it, and that's why they won't bring it back, is I thought the molds were destroyed or some crap, or at least that was some of the
but that's just the poor man's excuse. It's like the goat. It's like,
What's it
okay,
take
we
to make
destroyed the
mold?
mold, so we can't make it anymore. Okay,
Yeah.
with technology, with milling machines these days, you really don't think. I mean, you can literally, like, I have one. I
They
can
make
literally
new pieces all the time.
I can.
No, I
laser
agree.
scan-
I do have one too.
Yeah, I can laser scan any object and get a 3D model out of it. You really don't think Lego has the technology to like go back and laser scan older stuff and like have a new mold machine down? I don't think so.
And they make new pieces all the time which require new molds.
Yeah,
True.
It's just they're just lazy and they don't,
That's maybe why they don't want the board of directors.
they don't like trained people. That's what it is.
I don't get that.
Well,
that would be some of the biggest selling stuff. Would be the trained people, because they spend major money on the aftermarket.
Oh, I know.
I think Lego would want the primary market for it.
Yeah, I know.
Well, from what I've heard, much like how Lego has to commission other people to manufacture the base plates, back in the day they had to commission someone else to make the monorail track, and after they discontinued the monorail track, whoever they commissioned it out to still has they still have the patent to make those molds. So really, the only thing stopping Lego from bringing back the monorail is actually buying the patent for that mold.
The patent is long gone.
Yeah,
patents only are good
7
for
years.
like 8-10 years. That's long gone.
And I'm pretty sure if someone had that patent, it wouldn't be much for Lego to persuade them monetarily wise to give it up.
Yeah, because if it was a patent issue, you wouldn't have every company and their mother making copies of the Lego parts.
Lego,
The only
thing
that I'm aware of that Lego has the patent on is the minifig.
Well, actually, it's not the patent; it's the likeness. It's the it's more. Shape. Yeah, it's not. It's kind of like more of like, the minifigures have a little bit, like bricks are generic, but minifigs have a lot more things you can copyright. not patent, but copyright, you know.
Right.
And so that's where they get sued. It's not patent, it's more copyright.
Because all that
really,
information.
but
all
Lego
that-
has sued people all the time about patents and this and that, and their patents are gone, and they can't win a court case on them. So
The only court cases I ever hear them winning on is if people try to use the minifig likeness.
yeah,
You know, we'll never know the true reasons behind
Exactly.
any of that stuff because us Lego collectors just have to realize that there's a whole bunch of crap Lego never wants to get out in the public, and it's because they have the legal mechanisms in place where they don't have to. So we just have to understand that they're going to hide information from us for the rest of our lives until there's a new change of ownership in the company, unless it gets out of, or unless like TL Kirk Christensen wants to sell the company or whatever, nothing's going to change.
Where the hell is that snapping down?
And I don't know why TL would want to sell the company anyway. So until he dies or until one of his kids takes over, if he even has any kids, nothing's going to change.
no, I'm just gonna blame Canada.
Blame Canada.
Canada,
Yeah, Canada.
the land of frozen hockey pucks.
Canadian dry is American wet. That's what an old beer commercial said.
Even Doc Sanson was saying Canada. It's like it started a
awesome.
trend. Well, it's like, what have I done to the internet?
That's a good way. I know other people that do that, Michael, too. They just buy used bulk lots, literally go get the instructions for sets that they want, and off to the horse races they go.
Now,
Man, that's
instructions,
all
that's a good segue because I found my folder of vintage instructions. So let me give me a minute to go and find it.
That was how I started amassing such a huge collection, was quite simply by buying bulk used lots. I didn't care what was in it. I just bought it.
I can't do used Lego anymore. I go to the brick bin once in a while. Even that kind of leaves a sour taste in my mouth sometimes. Every time I'm scrubbing Lego, it just stinks sometimes.
No, I'm with you. I don't do it anymore, but that was how I originally started amassing so much. But now I'm kind of a snob. I want it new.
Yep.
Well, here's your Flego though, Daryl. There's your Flego tower.
Well, that looks good.
And then all your gray pieces are all miscolored and
That was blue bricks, right? Bricklock?
Yeah, that's blue bricks. Yeah.
It looks real good. But yeah, you're absolutely right, Macro, because there's nothing worse than getting a big bulk lot and then half your colors, like half your whites are more tan than white and all that good stuff from the age because people didn't take care of them. They let them sit outside. They're covered in filth. They're sticky. It's like, ugh.
I didn't realize it was going to be gold after a while. Didn't realize if they took care of it, how much it would have paid them forward.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Well, that was painful to get that on there. That was weird.
I tell my wife when they have the garage sale for the multiples club, I said, well, if anyone's selling Lego they don't want, I'll buy it in bulk price. Yeah. I got actually 2 complete Minecraft sets in the last sale for like $12 a piece, which is pretty good for Minecraft pieces with the figures and everything.
I think word's getting out because I know here in Canada you can't find even bulk on at any kind of discount. Everyone's asking for a premium.
Everybody, yeah, no, it's gotten nuts here too, man. It's really hard to find good deals anymore. It's crazy.
Oh yeah.
I've pretty much that's why I said I've given up on it. I only buy brand new parts, and that's I stop there or I buy sets.
Well, when they start advertising on
my Lego.
Forbes that like Lego's appreciating faster than gold. Everyone's buying it now.
Yep.
And I think a lot of that is because of everybody that was sitting at home for 2 years doing nothing else. It's like they found a new hobby. Because I tell you, I've talked to several store people, I've talked to several Bricklink owners, and now that pretty much everybody's back to work now, sales have plummeted hard.
It was the same with computers and some electronics too. Everyone sitting at home wanted something to do, especially if you got to work from home. It was hard to buy stuff, certain technology.
Absolutely. Printers, all that stuff were like a premium.
Microphones.
Yeah. And cameras.
Yeah. Headsets and all that.
Starting to get decent now. I think it's just the video cards and chipsets that are still pricey and hard to get.
Well, if we can get the...
That's because they are... Well, that's because all of the tech moguls are trying to get control of the lithium and the cobalt mines.
No, I mean it's more manufacturing. Like right now, Congress is trying to pass that one bill to get that one Intel plant built in Ohio, but politics are. It's like everybody's just stupid. So,
Oh yeah, good old politics.
They're like, I'm sorry, I don't care what side of the fence you're on. We need that damn plant in Ohio making transistors and it's like we need that plant in the U.S.
Where's all that stuff being made right now?
In China.
Yeah,
well, like everything, it's cheap labor, man.
Yeah.
They want to, but then they want you to pay a premium when they bring it back home. And then they wonder why nobody can afford anything when they're making it over in China.
I've got my instructions now, so you can put me on full screen.
What's that say there? I guess once we're on full screen, we'll be able to read it. Info.
Yeah, because this was. Yeah, because this folder was from high school. So
that's
the ones from my childhood, the top one is very heavily damaged, but this one is still in pretty good condition. It's the iSat 5 from Ice Planet, and if Will Harper, Hoarder 66 is still here, this will make him jump up and down. Do you have that
set mail?
Yeah, I've still got the pieces. They're just either in mocks or in storage drawers right now over there.
Cool, very cool.
And so, this is a better shot of what the Blacktron 2 Allied Avenger is supposed to look like. But I think if I am to piece this back together, because I've used some of the pieces in my mocks, and because some of the pieces might be a little bit broken as well, I think I'd have to buy some pieces off of Bricklink. For Ice Planet, well, this is just a beautiful shot of the ice, of the iSat 5 in a scene, and because it's got the magnetic crane that attaches.
Take care, Alex. Thanks for hanging out.
Of what just happened. Yeah, I'm not. Oh, yeah, okay. So it's got the magnetic crane that attaches to the rocket that has. Well, it's really just a booster rocket with the satellite probe on top, and you can see right there, copyright. If I can focus.
Right, the magnetic catches. There's another part they don't make.
Yeah, you can barely make out 1993, and with the Allied Avenger, you can barely make. Oh, that's actually good focus. 1991, and from Ice Planet, I also had the Celestial Sled, and when me and Macro were talking about stuff on my live stream yesterday, I brought up that when my mum got forced redundant from her work, she gave me some money as a part of her redundancy.
That's the airplane that I had from a kid.
Yeah, and I used that money to buy the original minifig airport from 1986 and the Victory Lap Raceway, which is over there.
Nice.
I loved that. I still have that one.
When I get my bottom bookshelf all cleared away, I'm gonna rebuild my airport because I've got some of the runway base plates on top of that cardboard box that goes for it. But I want to I want to rebuild. All of this stuff is in pieces right now because I'm going to be rebuilding it and making it bigger. Kind of like how, if you've been following Brooks live streams, how he's been trying to make his copy of the Century Skyway Airport from 1994 bigger. Eventually, I'm going to try and make this airport terminal from 1986 bigger. So that was that. Then on this page, this was the Shell service station car wash from the Shell promotional sets in 1999, and these sets were supposed to be exclusive to Shell service stations, the convenience stores where you pay for your fuel. But for some reason, out of all those sets, this one was actually sold on shop.lego.com. And so this was actually released for 7 years. I believe my grandma bought this for me in 2006. So this was available longer than the others, which were weird. And a lot of people forget about these designer sets that were released in 2003 and 2004. I made an Instagram story about this. I have a lot of nostalgia for this because it's just one of those themes that people have forgotten about. And these two sets were from the early days of Creator, and this was actually a 6-in-1.
Nice.
So all these instructions are from my childhood, or they are vintage, because like I bought this a dig and dump that someone wrote on the instructions. Actually, if I go backwards, I'm pretty sure this was from 2004. I'm pretty sure this was from 2004, and I want to say this was from 2005. But someone can correct me if I'm wrong about those dates. So, and the Dig and Dump was released in 1996. I bought this off of eBay because I wanted that. I wanted that excavator arm to build a backhoe, and I need to rebuild my backhoe. I also bought the diesel dumper in used condition with a lot of part substitutions. They had a smaller version of this dump piece. So I've actually got two dump trucks. This is the only Indiana Jones set I had. It was the minifig pack from the Kingdom of the Crystal Skull, and this is the one I talk about with the paper, a card, a tent piece.
Moneybags Mail here with the Indiana Jones.
So there's Indiana Jones. There's Mutt Williams, and that's Irina Spalko. This was from 2008. This was from 1996. If I flip over, this is the only fantasy. Well, this was the Fantasy Castle era set I was talking about that I owned. You can see the troll orcs right there, and I thought this tower was the coolest thing back then, which is why when I had the opportunity to get the 2013 castle sets, I jumped at the opportunity and bought two of the King's Castles. So this was from 2008, but I really wish I had the Dwarves Mine from that wave. This was I think the set was just called Fire Rescue. This was one of my earlier Lego City sets. This was from 2007, and I believe this was one of Jane Brix's first 5 reviews of a system product that wasn't a Bionicle or Hero Factory. Now, this is not instructions for the model team set. It's just a catalog. So on one side, it has the giant, a big rig from model team, but the other side, which I think is actually cooler, is the Technicolor control center. And if I just briefly flip over these pages, you can see some of the Technic sets from the 90s, and you can see that they were pushing a pneumatic pump system as well as the regular electric stuff. I'm not a fan of the 90s Technic. I actually think the 80s Technic is better.
You get rid of the Technic Control Center and they bring in some useless apps. Right on, Lego.
Yeah, because I wish they'd go back to stuff with the Technic Control Center, because with one of these, I think it was the Technic Control Center 1, or it might have been Technic Control Center 2, they actually gave you pieces of paper because it was meant to be compatible with the Lego adapter, which was the precursor to Lego Education. They gave you some paper, and the robot crane arm could grab onto a pencil, and by programming the robot arm's movement, you could actually draw stuff onto that paper, which was just the coolest thing. Yeah, this is what I'm talking about. You can see that it's actually drawing stuff.
Like, that's actually going to get a kid's imagination going. That's going to teach
geometrics. Yeah, this was what I was talking about, with getting the piece of paper and draw. See, some of these vehicles, I just think they're more blockier than the 80s, which is hard to fathom in my opinion. And I think it's because they were meant to be compatible with the Technic Big Figs. I think that's why they're blocky, because they were meant to be compatible with the Technic Figs. And this plane set is actually one that my old high school had, and in a 5-year contract to help them sell that thing. And there were the Technic Figs that I was talking about.
Old school, yeah.
Yeah,
I actually don't mind this forklift. Yeah, and there's a backhoe, and they did a bunch of mobile cranes. And what I like about this Technic mobile crane is that hook is actually made out of a lead material or something. And there's a little bit closer detail about the pneumatics.
You do Technic, Eric?
Not really. I have a few of the Batman, big sets and things, but I don't do Technic really.
You do Technic, Daryl?
I don't do Technic either, but I just got this pamphlet in a bulk lot.
I mean, don't get me wrong. I love Technic in the aspect of the technicality of it, as far as the way that it shows things that you can build and everything with it. But my problem is I want to build more realistic type stuff. So my version of buying Technic would be like all the car sets, like the VW Beetle and the Austin Healey and all that kind of sets. That's as far Technic as I go.
I gotcha. What else you got, Mail, other than Technic, buddy?
Yeah, and so at the end of this pamphlet was stuff for a model team. So this was the Whirl and Wheel Transporter.
That's Brick Sarge right there.
Yeah. They call this the Road King Super Rig, but I'm sure it was a different name in the US. I think this is a European catalog, because you see some of the European languages right now.
I'll show you the door.
Yeah, and that door was just from train sets back in the day, and that's why this helicopter looks better than just using a regular door, because it used a train door. I think this was called the Whirl and Wheel Hauler in the US, and so that was that pamphlet, or a mini catalog, I guess.
The pamphlet was nice.
And I've got duplicates of those. Then if I flip over, take this out.
Is that printed, Daryl, that piece?
Yeah, that was a printed piece for that. That whole set had print. It was the doors, and I was trying to remember something else that was printed on it. But I have all the parts. I just have to find it. But you can see it's kind of wore off a little bit. I mean, it's old, but at least it's not yellowed. But when I was a kid, I used to play with stuff like this all the time. So that was the door from that rig that he was just showing.
Cool.
Yeah, because you can see those doors how they're meant to be placed in the build.
Ah, and then all the red and blue.
And so then back to the regular instructions. This is the only Harry Potter set I have. It's the second generation night bus. This was from 2011, and I wanted this night bus because of the purple windows.
That was
If I bought Technic macro, it would cut into my Blue Bricks budget, and I can't have that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then
To me,
these
a
are
lot of
the
that stuff like they
then
show.
these are the instructions for the 1986 airport. And I've got some Lego City sets from 2005. This was book 2 of the excavator set. For the wave of construction they did back in 2005. This was the Caterpillar tracks. And not a lot of people remember these buildable figures for a Knight's Kingdom. These are
I remember them, but I
no
just
one-
didn't like them.
barely anyone remembers these, and these were actually the precursor to the
Yeah.
buildable figures in Star Wars.
I thought those were kind of silly. Those buildable minifigures.
And I don't think I even have any of these pieces anymore because they I think my parents threw them away because they just didn't look like Lego. And to be honest, I was never a big fan of these. I got these as a gift in 2008, I believe, from I don't know who.
What's with parents throwing away their kids' Lego? Or like my parents gave my Lego away.
And this is the only Belleville set I own. It's one of the 2008 Belleville sets, which I actually like better than the 90s ones, to be honest. It's I think this is Puppy's Playtime or something, and you can see that dog is in the same scale as the Belleville fig. So this dog is probably as big as the Hotso figure that they made for the Toy Story 3 set. So if anyone owns or knows how big that Lotso is, you'll know that this dog is way oversized.
Yeah, it is.
That was painful.
And then the last thing I have, or the last 2 things I have, is this weird Mindstorms. This weird Mindstorms pamphlet, which was, I guess it was in one of the Lego education sets because they have stuff about education. So you can see how expensive stuff like the EV3 brick is. That's in Australian dollars.
Oh, wow.
If you think an Ultimate Collector's set for Star Wars is expensive, how about trying to pay 320 Australian dollars for just a piece of Lego technology?
That's crazy.
I always wanted those sensors because I thought I could build a robot to do my bidding, but well. And so there's stuff on the back like making a desk fan, I guess. And there's a robot in the corner. But what Bevan's Bricks and a brick like I were touching on earlier with the mail orders at the end of the pamphlets, this one has seen better days.
Yeah,
So you can order all those pieces. Oh, that's cool.
And you can see right there the original version of the brick separator when it was in old dark grey. And that, I'm guessing this would have been a 4.5, one of the old 4.5 volt motors.
What's funny is I have every one of those parts.
Wow.
And if I go back here, these are,
I guess that's the days of the internet were kind of even popping off.
Yeah, because this was before the World Wide Web was even thought of.
Yep.
So you could actually buy the runway base plates sold separately, and what everyone will gush over the parts for the monorail. The cable,
price.
the cable, the motor, and the station track.
How much is
You
that
could buy
station
those
track?
separately. You could buy those separately in the mail order.
How much was that? $7.70?
In Australian dollars, that's $7.70, which it has a price tag of £3 11 pence. The motor,
That piece goes for currently.
the motor was selling for $46.70 Australian, £18 77 pence, and that cable was selling for $7.70 Australian, or £3 11 pence. And all of these some of the pieces here that I own, obviously I own the one-way base plates because that was sold in the set. But I also bought these hinges off of Bricklink so I could build my airport. I could build that airport delivery vehicle that was sold in 1992. And I've also got those clamshell buckets. That I'm trying to, and there's just a bunch of other Technic stuff, blah blah blah. Trying to see if there's, here's the cypress tree. I found the cypress tree.
Lots of stuff. That's right.
Found my tree. It's right here.
Wait, what's the price on that cypress tree, Mayo?
Yeah, or if you put me on full screen, I can try to zoom in and get a price. Where was it? It's here. If I can get it into focus, looks like it was selling back in the day for $3.60 Australian, or £1 43 pence.
One investment, $3. Give it some time, boom, $50.
Wow.
And there was a bunch of the train pieces for. There was a bunch of the train pieces for both the 4.5 volt and the 12 volt era stuff. And some of the Technic pneumatic pumps as well. But this, I think this was supposed to be its own pamphlet, and then these two were supposed to go together or something, because it looks like it was supposed to be that, or they were just smaller versions from different sets. But I could be wrong about that. Anyway, that was some of my either instructions that are vintage or stuff from my childhood, and eventually I'll be putting all of those into photo frames like I've already done with the Victory Cup races from 1993, the Victory Lap Raceway from 1988, and give me a minute, put myself on mute, and I'll try to find those photo frames.
Wow, you guys got collections that spread across the board. Just Lego makes so much Lego.
Oh, it's crazy what they've come out with.
Could you imagine walking into the Lego vault?
Oh,
you know what I mean? Where they have
where would your eyes go? There'd just be so much great.
The Elvis platter. You're just like, here, check out this little play feature.
I'm not allowed to go to the Lego vault, or else I'm going straight to jail, because I'll be running out of there with a couple sets.
Check this out, Macro. So here's the window screen. See the little rocket right there?
Is that space set, the new one?
Yeah.
It's freaking
Hey,
awesome.
cool.
So that.
That's awesome.
So this is like mission control. So that's like their screen tracking the rocket as it takes off.
Can we see the other side real quick, like the back of it?
Oh, just a.
Okay. So it's just like a little printed piece.
I mean, all it is so they have a clear spot, and the rocket's on a little arm, and it just.
Is that a sticker or print?
Yeah, it's a little sticker. Yeah, unfortunately. Okay. Yeah, I thought this is kind of cool.
Yeah.
Here's a little telescope
Great
right here.
Feature.
Here's the telescope right here.
Oh, I like that. They got those in white.
See, I love those pieces. I want them in white, clear blue. I want them all over the place.
There's the telescope that goes up and down.
Clear blue for sure. That's cool.
The whole dome moves and everything, so they can reposition for viewing pleasure.
And then what's like a little garage underneath that, or is that supposed to be
Yeah.
like a little...
It's a little garage because there's a little rover, like little vehicle, like
maintenance vehicle? I got you. Okay, cool.
So pretty cool so far.
I've ordered a lot of brick orders on Brick Owl, says Michael. I hear a lot more people, especially from like the States and around the world, hitting up that Brick Owl.
It'll eventually, I'm sure, go to crap like Bricklink did. I mean,
Yeah, but a lot of
Bricklink
people
go to
are
crap?
currently.
well, it's just the taxes. I mean, there'll just be a new site that'll pop up that'll be exempt for a little bit, and then it'll, I mean,
Well, Mega will buy that one.
Well, it really doesn't, because part of the problem too, though, you guys got to keep in mind, it doesn't matter. Well, if you're in the United States, let me say that. But part of the problem too now is I don't care if you're on Brick Owl or Bricklink, you're going to have to pay taxes on all that now. All the laws changed this year, and if you have more than $500 in sales, it gets immediately claimed.
Wow.
yeah, but people are gonna have, yeah.
Well, it always used to be that way with the 1099, but the big deal is I think they decreased it from $1,000 to $500.
Now here is a nice new control display. I really like that one. Check that out.
Is that printed or is that a sticker?
That's printed. Look at that.
Nice.
Let me see if I get the focus.
Actually, isn't that the ones that they use in the airplanes?
No, this is a different one.
Well, there you go.
It's an updated version of it. They had,
Okay. Let's say because it's really close to looking like it.
Yeah, they've updated a lot of the new displays, which is kind of cool.
I know they even updated, because a lot of people have been shocked, the clock faces.
Yeah. It's about time. I mean,
Oh, I couldn't agree more.
it's nice to have some diversity in parts.
There we go. This is going to be way better. Oh, sorry. You on full screen?
Oh, sorry. You're
Yeah,
the man of the hour, not me. This is the macro show, not the Brooklyn show.
Oh, it's all good. Everyone wants to see the vintage, the
Here's
goods.
the vintage. This is what Mayo was showing you. This is your battery box, and then this was the little motor,
Oh, yeah.
and then that was how you plugged that in.
I have one
And
of
then
those.
this was your speed control. You just
Yeah, I've
flip
got
it
one
back
of
and forward.
I got one of those suckers.
I'd have to put. I don't have. You know what? I don't even remember what size battery. Oh, you got to take a screwdriver. I think it was D batteries though that you put in this.
Yeah, or C's maybe.
And then what's that yellow piece? You put axles in there for tires, or?
Well, see the
That's
old
still a train.
axle was these little wheels.
Okay.
This is the old Lego wheels, and then you just put it in there, and then it would drive it. It would grab it. See how it's locked in
Yeah.
position? I'll have to get batteries and do a video on that some point. But they got a ton of different wheels. It's like, did you ever see the brick that these wheels are for?
Yeah, I have those.
I know you do. I'm talking about macro.
Oh.
No, actually,
Sorry. My bad.
No, Brick Clock's like me. He pretty much has, I'm going to say, at least everything that I have, if not more.
I have a lot. I don't know if I have more, but I have a lot.
But these are those old, because this was, if you wanted to make a car, you used this little brick piece, and then that, again, was that, if I can get it apart. That one doesn't want to pull apart. Hold on, let me find another one. I don't want to break it.
It was like 20-something thousand a year. Now, if you sell for 500, they're looking for their money. Yeah.
See, it was all clear under there, but
Well, that's quite the
There you
wheel.
Yep.
then you just pushed it in, and then that was
That
your
sucks,
wheel.
Michael. The rubber tracks would be cool.
Well, see, you had, that's the gray piece. As a matter of fact, they use it on the new Daily Bugle, and they also had it in the Crocodile set. That original gray piece that they're using in that was blue, and that was what these wheels would ride on as the train track.
Yep.
Cool.
That was
Tim's
the
got a
old
bunch
school
of that
trains.
stuff, too.
That's, yes, very old school trains.
I feel like you guys got to keep a lot of your Lego from the younger days, from when you were growing up and whatnot.
Yeah, I have, as far as Lego goes, I have except pieces that I've lost, but I have every set that I had or got when I was a kid.
Nice.
Yeah, same here.
That was always my pride and joy. I wouldn't let my parents get rid of it when I moved out. It came with me and went right, stayed with me.
So did you ever really have like a true dark era, or do you always kind of still indulging in Lego?
From about 92 to about 2000, 99, 2000, I didn't buy any Lego. But once I started having, 'cause that's what it was, is my wife got pregnant in 99, and prepping for our son coming, we started toy shopping and stuff. And that was when I originally got back into Lego, because we were going down the toy aisles and whatnot, and I happened to look, and I thought I saw Star Wars out of the corner of my eye, and I'm like, what the heck is that? I go over and I look at it, and it's like, no way, Lego's finally making Star Wars. I would have killed when I was a kid to have Star Wars.
No doubt.
Hey, Daryl, this one's for you.
Oh, better put that
Oh,
on.
dude. Is that the new print, the re-release?
No, this is the one from the 80s.
You're freaking
Wow.
killing me, man.
This is the original. Like,
You're killing me, Smalls.
The Smalls.
there's Yoda in package from
Dude, I have him, but I don't have him on the package. What the hell?
That's dedication as a kid. Did you have that as a youngster, Eric?
Actually, that was my dad's. Yeah.
And it never got opened, eh? Wow.
No. He had it in his desk forever, and when he passed away, I inherited it. So
Let's see, the oldest. I'm trying to. Oh, it is saying it right here. The oldest one that I have, I believe, was 19. I'm going to get it down and I'll tell you. I think mine's 1998. That was still sealed.
Oh, the redbacks.
Yes. Yep.
Yeah, I have a collection of red and green backs.
I like the one that you have better though, as far as because he has
Yeah.
the snake and stuff, where he doesn't have the snake.
Yeah,
But
The
this
red-
was.
yeah, I have that. I have that one too. Yeah. I have a whole collection of the red and green backs that I want to get rid of. But
95. I'm wrong.
Yeah.
The
I wanna
problem
get
is
rid-
he really didn't appreciate though, because I had.
I know.
Well, I mean, everybody knows if you just
Well,
look.
certain.
at my wall
Yeah.
right there, all
That's
my
what I
green
have
red.
basically. Yeah, I have the same thing, but like, I want to get rid of them, but I want to sell them all at once, and I'll sell them at retail price of what I paid for them. But like, you have to buy them all. Like, like,
Daryl's got his own toy store ready to go
Well,
there.
that's the 90s, and then that was the early 2000s, and then way down there was like 2010 and such. As far as my action
Could literally
figures.
open up a vintage toy store.
I think Daryl and I could definitely open up a vintage toy
Oh,
store.
absolutely. Not only that, but because below every one of those sets, I don't know if you can see it, but it's all my comic book collection. I've got over
Yeah,
3,000.
I've got some comic ones, not too
Very
much.
cool.
I used to love my comics.
What up, Panda? Gerald the Scots. Good to see you guys.
What's up, Panda?
Hey Panda, hey Scott. It's just taking
I
me
didn't
a little
realize-
while longer to find my instructions.
Oh, I can imagine, Mayo. We seen that bomb that blew up in your room there.
I didn't realize how valuable that thing was. My shuttle Tidarium.
Oh, which one is? I have the one from the 80s. Is that a newer one?
They came out. This was a limited edition run from Hasbro. This came out, I think, in 2004 or 5. It doesn't.
I have the original one.
But you can sit and you take it.
Yeah.
You just push this little button.
Yeah. There's a little trigger on the bottom.
Yep. And then
Yeah,
you
I have that
the
exact
parts
one.
and stuff.
Yeah, but mine's the one from the actual 80s.
Let's see. This one, I was looking it up today, and if my dumb self wouldn't have opened it, It's new in the box. I guess it's valued at around $700.
Wow, legit toys that required our imagination.
But I love this thing. This was always one of my absolutely favorite ships.
What's cool is it has a little hatch underneath the cockpit for the Emperor to come out and Darth Vader
right.
come out. Yeah.
Here.
Yep. Yeah. It extends out a little bit too.
Yeah, you can pull it.
Yeah. I know my toys. don't mess with the toy master here.
Yeah, we are definitely toy nuts because there's my Jabba the Hutt display and all that good stuff. Now over here, this is a mixture of vintage and new because that's the vintage snow speeder and that was the newer snow speeder.
I think we lived parallel lives, Daryl. I think
I don't have any of my toys as a kid. What's wrong with you?
We were just like on the other side. Like I grew up in San Diego. You grew up here in the Midwest, and like we just like.
Yeah, I'm nuts with my toys. I have tons. Well, like I said, me and Bricklock have had that discussion and show each other stuff all the time.
Well, do you remember the Star Trek Playmates figures?
Yes, I do not have those though.
I have the transporter, the bridge from the Next Generation.
No way.
Yeah,
One that they show in Big Bang Theory.
Yeah, I have the transporter. I have the bridge from Next Generation. I have all the figures too.
Dude, that's freaking awesome.
Yeah.
See, I liked Star Trek as a kid, but I didn't really realize they had any toys. I mean,
yeah. Well, what happened was I was working for my buddy who owned a comic shop, and he couldn't afford to pay me in real money, so he would pay me in inventory.
Oh,
so I got like like whatever, he just write it off as loss, So
that's freaking awesome.
But yeah, I want to get rid of that stuff too. You want it?
What's that?
The Star Trek stuff. You want my Star Trek collection?
Probably not for what you want to sell it for.
I'll trade you Lego. I'll trade Well,
that's the thing. My Lego's not for sale.
No. I mean like parts and stuff. I would trade like reasonable amounts of things. I wouldn't like rip you off.
My thing is, I'm kind of like you in that aspect because I would really honestly like to get rid of a lot of my action figures.
Yeah.
But it's just the value on them isn't there to sell them. And I don't want to sell them for basically less than what I paid for them.
Yeah. I have my Terradrome from G.I. Joe. And then I have the original G.I. Joe base, the gray one, that little cannon in front.
That, I had all that, but I sold it a few years ago and I made a mint on it.
Yeah.
Not weird.
Eccentric. He wants to buy all my G.I. Joe. Eccentric bricks, he wants to buy.
Dude, they sell for some good cash. When I first looked at the values, I was kind of unsure, and I might have even been able to get more for them because for every action figure I had, remember the old card backs, and you had the file card.
Yeah.
So actually, I think I have.
Mine are all open though.
Well, mine were open too, but I still had the file card, and I had all their accessories and the whole 9 yards. But the thing is I just put them for auction on eBay, and I mean I got like up to $60 for some of them figures. I was a disbelief.
I'm sure my cover girl and
then you cut the card out, and I always kept every card for every figure I had.
Yeah.
But now GI, like I said, the vintage one, when I say vintage, the 80s are worth some major cash.
Yeah, that's where mine are.
A lot of those old school action figures are decent money.
The funny thing is, when I was a kid, like my mom was like a total enabler when it came to like collecting toys, and she would take me to Toys R Us. I mean, there was like so many different Toys R Us's in San Diego because it's a big city. But like when the new figures came out, we would go around town finding, the ones that got the new shipment, and she would buy me an entire case. Like not even off the shelf. Like we would buy a sealed case and take them home.
Nice. You must have been a good kid, Eric.
Well, I was spoiled rotten, but like,
well, not even that. Your parents don't spoil you if you're a delinquent.
Oh no. I did everything. I mean, I busted my butt for everything I got. I mean,
exactly.
I worked very hard for all this. Like my brother was let's just say not very inclined physically, and but he graduated valedictorian. He was a good kid. He just definitely like a
tall as well.
Apartment life kind of like, well, just condo, like not very handy. Let's just say.
Your brother, is he 8 feet tall as well?
He's like 6'4".
Okay.
He's like 3 inches shorter than I am.
Older, younger?
6'4", still tall though.
Well, I was 6'4" when I was like 13. But
Jesus, dude. I didn't realize you were that tall.
I was a monster.
He's tall, yeah.
I'm a monster.
Probably eat like a horse.
No, I actually like salads.
Think you'd have to eat like a horse just to keep your energy.
Fuel that machine, no doubt.
I don't know. Like, I've always been a nice person though, and a good kid. And like I said, my parents just, I basically got whatever I wanted, within reason, obviously. But my dad was a big collector too. Like when the space sets first came out from Lego, like the original ones with like the blue and the trans yellow sets. That Christmas when those came out, he got me every single one of them. We built them Christmas morning, and the entire like family room floor was like covered in the entire space set. Like it was like.
Your dad was living his childhood life.
Yeah, Samus, like when he would bring, like, every time he came back, because he would go to Pearl Harbor all the time for the submarines because he was working for DoD, and every time he came home, he had a suitcase half full of Star Wars figures. Like he would just like bring out like. I was one of those kids that had literally had like a dozen stormtroopers and a dozen snowtroopers and like
See, you were really spoiled because my mom and dad, don't get me wrong, they spoiled me like that too. But my dad was more into teaching toys, is what I always tell everybody.
Oh.
So like this, my dad used to love buying me tons and tons and tons of RC cars.
Oh, I had RC cars too.
Because that was teaching me about mechanics and gear ratios and what I mean, all that kind of stuff.
Yeah. Oh no, like when I was 6 years old, I helped my dad build like retaining walls and decks, and he was a woodworker, and like I remember he was also in ham radio, so I learned how to like wire up antennas.
Yep,
and,
we had all that at the house.
Yeah, so like we did toys and stuff, and like even though he was a computer scientist, like his dad worked in a lumber yard. Like we were, so. But my brother couldn't even pull a mower. That's how bad he was when it came to.
Was he just like out of shape, or was it like a personal?
Oh no. He's not. He was not. No, he just. Not mechanically inclined and not like just
not interested.
He's just a bookworm. More just not interested. He just, let's just say that he's 4 years older than me, and like I learned how to ride a bike before he did. I think I was 5, and we both got bikes at the same time, and my training wheels came off first.
He just has different interests or different.
Yeah, he just like if I didn't come around, he probably would have never done anything physical.
Different mind.
Yeah. But he's a great guy, and he's a great person. He's just not mechanically, like I said. I was one of those people that would just tear stuff apart to learn how it worked, and
That's what I did as a kid. I wanted screwdrivers and hammers and rip apart old alarm clocks and Walkmans and
wanted to see how the heck it worked.
Yeah. That's what I think we have trouble with these days, is we don't like kids being inquisitive about anything. I'm like,
they don't have to be. They can just go look at YouTube and watch a video on it, and
that's but even if they look on YouTube, but I don't have a problem with that really. But like just to be able to go onto YouTube and have the materials to tear things apart, just to. I think actually would be a benefit to have YouTube, to be honest. But
no, you're right. It would, but kids today. They're all about the instant gratification, and having to take something apart would take time. You know what I mean?
Well, when we build robots with nuts and bolts and things in my class, and I tell you right now, it's a learning experience for them. Some of them struggle, and but it's good for them.
You can see it. I remember even at Christmas here, we're playing cards. I think it was something easy like Uno with the nieces. Well, they're on their screens the whole time when it's not their turn. So by the time it gets around to their turn, they have no idea what to play or how to play, and then they're all getting frustrated. Well, put your phone down and play the game, you know?
They don't know how, though.
No, they don't.
They've been raised, all of them, with having a phone in their hand, and they have to have constant stimulus. That's why things like TikTok are so popular, because I mean, it's like 2-second videos and it's instant gratification. And what did you just destroy?
We gave a little too hard of a push there and blew the roof off this place.
Center a little too hard, eh?
For the life of me, I can't find those things, so I'm just going to have to search for them another day.
That's all right.
Motivation to get some shelves or drawers, all the instructions into one place.
But at least I was able to clear up some boxes.
You don't need no
You
stinking
can find them by
boxes.
next weekend, Mayo. Show us then.
Hopefully I'll find them in the next week or so, because I found other stuff I was looking for.
That blew up all the wrong ways.
But I think, Daryl, one thing we've come to find out is like we just have way too much crap.
Oh, I'll be the first to admit that I have way too much crap.
Yeah. I will admit that too.
And Macro knows that I have way too much crap, but I don't like to call it crap. I like to call it stuff because it sounds better.
Oh no, it's all crap.
No, and like I said, that's why I said I am wanting. That's because I appreciate the offer, but I really do want to thin down some of this at some point.
Yeah. And then one day I'll have you on stream. I'll pull that transporter out and you'll see it work. And it's like, I've got to have that thing. It's like I've changed my mind.
I keep waiting for them to re-release some of that stuff, and they never have. Because I mean, they're re-releasing all the GI Joe goodies.
It was made by Playmates. I mean, I don't know. I mean, you've got Paramount Plus now with the card and all those, and
well, I mean, look at every toy that was really popular when we were kids. They have re-released it. I mean, you got like Garbage Pail Kids are back out. You've got
really,
yeah, you got GI Joe stuff is back out.
Yeah, I seen those Garbage Pail Kids just the other day.
You have
the garbage, but the Garbage Pail Kids is one of the worst. Like critically, you'll hear a lot of critics saying it's the worst movie of all time.
But they have the toy back out.
yeah,
And
it's because all this.
I saw just yesterday, and I was like, "What the heck?" Oh, well, they've done this for like the last 6 months or so. He-Man, all the He-Man stuff. They've been re-releasing all the figures and.
Well, that's on Netflix. That's on Netflix, though.
What, He-Man, the cartoon?
Yeah, that's a new version of the cartoon.
Yeah, but these are the vintage figures. I mean, they're the ugly green and yellows, and you know what I mean. It's
I have some of them.
the big chunky figures.
Big Chungus.
Yeah, the Chungus. Yes, exactly. Infamous Convict was asking you, Macro, how are your brown pieces holding up in the Joust set? He said when he built his, every one of them of the brown pieces had snapped.
Yeah, it was sealed in the box. I didn't have an issue. I don't know if I have them right now. I might have chucked them out by now. But I had a bunch of brown tiles in my Mario World for whatever reason. I was buying those sets. But when I took it apart, they were dropping like flies. And actually, just the other day in my glass cabinet, I walked by my old fishing store and it's on a tan plate. And I was like, what are those little pieces of crap like on the plate inside the glass cabinet? Like, what's that, like a piece of mouse poo or something? No, the little round 1x1 tile cracked and the pieces fell off.
Well, look at this. This is just recently. When I was building something I was working on the other day, every freaking one of them, I'm going to have to contact Lego and get some replacements. But
dark red,
one of these daggone things, they're all just
holy, that's bad.
That one.
Yep, that's happened to me too. They like blow out. Yeah.
Are
I've
those
had
all
that.
the broken ones?
This is the dark
Yeah.
red though. This isn't brown.
Yeah. Are those the
Well, dark-
masonry bricks
well-
or the regular?
Dark
That's what I
red
was
is just
talking
as
about right there.
susceptible to the breaking because there's a red dye in the plastic.
I've
Yeah,
also
no.
taken apart my detective's office, and all my light blue bricks, 1x1, 1x2 in that set, they were all cracked at the bottom, like just a hairline crack, but literally like almost every single one. So I won't take that apart ever again.
See, I've been seeing it in a lot of colors too. Because like my Simpsons car, I don't know where I have that, but for the Simpsons house, the pink car, half the pieces in that are cracked. And then even I have a batch of 4x4 plates that are green.
Oh wow.
Let's see if it'll do it for me. This one might be okay. But I've been having a couple of them. Okay, this one's not bad. Let me see if I can find one of the bad ones. But I mean, they're so brittle, I can just barely apply pressure and they just shatter.
And
The
also,
Here we
a
go.
couple weeks
Snap.
ago, there was someone. A couple weeks ago, there was someone worthwhile that said that if you with the Star Wars the Ghost set that was released back in 2015 or whatever,
It just
if you
crumbles.
leave the figures assembled in the build,
Those are
their
horrible.
feet would
Oh,
crack.
they would crumble.
I
Could
mean,
be.
it's
Or the
just
other one I
so-
was going to say is I bought used Lego from a friend, but he had it in his garage. It was his kid's old Lego. He had it in his garage, and we went through a winter, and the clutch felt different. And then, yeah, a whole lot of pieces were cracking a lot more easier. So I don't know if it's a fluctuation in the temperature that the plastic doesn't like or what.
Yeah, but I keep my barn heated, and I mean, this was because this is out of the same lot that I bought them from, and this one doesn't do that. I can.
And that's
flip
weird because
the
those
gear on
ones are
it,
literally
and
crumbling with one
But-
hand.
every so many of them, it just, I mean, they're brittle as heck, and it's like, what the heck? And that was off the pick-a-brick wall.
Oh,
I've only
wow.
had them for less than a year.
And that's green. No,
Yeah.
no dark red, no brown, no nothing even close. That's crazy. Premium product.
Well, I can tell you one thing, Gerald. The blue bricks parts are made from ABS.
You just like pushing them, don't you?
No, I'm just saying that the quality of the bricks are pretty good.
Well,
No
I have
cracks,
to
no
say, when I
issues.
see stuff like this, I'm extremely disappointed. It's like,
Yeah.
what the heck, man?
100%.
Only the best is good enough. I don't think so.
All right, Daryl, here you go. Here's some blue bricks right here. Hand right here. So this is blue bricks. So just to give you an idea of the clutch here. So here's separating them. That one came out with
This one.
both of
This
them.
one.
I'm having to hold them between because it'll pull the one from the other one. You know what I mean?
How do they feel? I mean, do they?
They feel like Legos. You know what I mean? Maybe a hair lighter, but not much.
Because I'll
Okay,
get you-
in my country, Legos is a pasta sauce.
But look at this here. So here's Lego right here, and then here's Flago. There's your color difference.
So it's pretty close.
Yeah.
Slightly off.
It's just a little. It's just a
Yeah.
little bit.
But I
It's
mean, it's
just a
saying like,
little bit darker.
oh my
Just a
god,
little bit darker.
See, like
There's
these
just-
are off-brand plates that I have here,
Where's that?
and that's what I mean by I have issues with off-brand because it's like these. If I try to put them together to put a brick across them to hold them, they warp because there's
Yeah.
like too much. There's like too much plastic on the adjoining part. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Do I have a brick where I can click it for you to show you? And that's where I get a distaste in my mouth for
It just-
brands.
It depends
See if
on
I
the
can make
brand.
it do it.
Depends on the brand you're getting them from because all China parts are not equal. You know what I mean? They're not.
Hello, Will Harper, aka
I
Hoarder
don't know if it's
66.
noticeable, but every time I
Hoarder
click one on,
66
it'll
off.
just keep pulling and pulling and pulling. You know what I mean? It'll start warping.
Yeah. Check this out. This right here. This part.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, sorry. check this out. This is a 6x6 tile that's Flago, right? There's there. But look at the shear on it. Like, look at the.
Yeah, because Lego 6x6 is not shiny like that.
Yeah, like look at how nice that is. You know what I mean? I mean, it's beautiful.
It's got
I mean,
a sheen coating on top.
I'm wondering, are theirs UV protected?
Huh? I don't
Is
know.
their stuff UV protected?
I'd have to wait a few years to see how things go. I mean, I don't really have much light down here in the basement that's not LED, so I don't know.
Those pictures of those pieces of Lego are crazy.
But you don't see, like, if the Chinese companies can do a tile this big with that much shear to it.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I mean, you can see it's like a mirror finish. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
like,
it is.
Yeah, but it's like normally when I buy it, because it's like here, I'll show you my yellows. I buy a bulk lot of Lego, and this is the kind of stuff that I order directly from Lego. It has that same sheen on it. I mean, it's always nice and pretty. It almost
but I mean in the 6x6. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but the 6x6 that Lego makes, if I'm not mistaken, I thought it was like a flat.
Yeah, it's a matte finish. That's what I'm saying. It's a matte finish.
I'm not even sure if they sell that. I'm not even sure if they sell that online anymore.
The 6x6 they do. The 8x16 they still sell it, but what it is they don't sell it in dark blue gray.
Yeah.
Like I said, to me, I mean, because it's
like a jewels.
Yeah,
exactly.
How the jewels.
My wife came out here the other day and saw me carrying one of these. She's like, "Oh my god, is there like glitter on those?" And I'm like, "No."
Ooh, shiny.
Just new.
But yeah, I mean,
and
good.
Yeah, so the reason I asked that. The reason I asked that, Daryl, is because if that piece is still available, I don't know why people, when they're building their sidewalks, don't just buy those instead of the 2x2 tiles. Because I believe the value of one of those 6x6 light bluish grey tiles is cheaper than buying 9 of the 2x2 versions.
No, because I thought these were like 53 cents a piece.
Yeah, because they're 7 cents a piece for a 2x2.
Right. And I thought.
Yeah, so you still, well, 9 times 7 is 63 cents. That means you're spending 10 more cents.
True.
Yeah.
Also, maybe depends what look people want.
I'd have to look it up though to find. I'm not sure, but you gotta. That's one thing that, since we're going to talk about that now, that's one thing that I always try to point out to people when you're building mocks and stuff. You have to think about texture, and texture does also relate to your tiles, because if you're going to start with a certain size tile, and tiles that big, really, if you think about it and look at reality from life build to Lego build, when you're looking at sidewalks, the sidewalks always are cut into these little small chunks, so you wouldn't want to have a big sidewalk like that. That would be more of a driveway piece. You know what I mean? That's where you got to pay attention to texture when you're doing custom builds and such.
This is more residential size.
Yeah.
And then with those, like, you'd still have to do some squares if you want the jumpers. You'd have to do some 2x2 tiles if you still want the jumpers for minifigs.
Yeah.
And stuff.
The 2x2s give you more flexibility.
Always a pro and a con, eh?
But see, the piece they don't make anymore, because you were talking about the 8x16s too. They don't make this one with the hollow bottom, but they do still make it with the tubes on the bottom. But the thing is you can't get it in dark blue gray. You can only get it, I think, in red and black now, if I'm not mistaken.
I've never seen that hollow bottom there.
You've never seen that? That was how when they first started releasing them, that was how they made them. And then after, I think it was 2 years or 3 years, they transferred over and started doing the complete tube on the bottom.
A minifigure stand with a piece of metal sticking out of it. Wow.
So I haven't heard of any of that.
That sounds like a pain in the back.
Yo, Cliff, what up?
Anyway, though, guys, I do need to get off here because the wife is texting me.
Hey, much appreciated, Daryl. Thanks for hanging out. Good to see you.
Yeah.
Good to talk with
Yeah,
you.
not a
Covering all
problem.
these
Thanks
different
for having me. I'm
topics.
glad we could get you some more viewers and likes and all that good stuff. And I'm going to say it one more time for anybody that hasn't done it. Make sure you hit the like button if you're here.
Much
Help Mac
appreciated.
grow out.
Much appreciated.
But we will talk again soon, bro. And again, thank you so much for having me.
Likewise. Thank you.
It was good
Take care.
talking to you, Daryl. Bye.
You as well, Mayo, and you as well, Bricklock. Take care,
Yeah, no
guys.
worries. Yeah, no worries, man. Have a good one. Dun dun dun. That's looking good, Macro.
Yeah, not too bad for one quick little, well, I wouldn't say quick. It took me 3 hours to do not a whole lot, but one section, tie it all together, definitely has some pop.
It does. It does.
We've been going live for 3 hours already. Wow.
Time flies when we're having fun.
Whoa.
And also, time flies when you're trying to search for random crap.
I'm gonna go see what my cats just got into. I'll be right back.
Yeah, only 10:35. That's not bad. I'll probably do, we'll round her out to maybe the 4 hour mark and call her a night and go eat some dinner. I seen a few other colors the other day on Lego. New colors. Awesome. Thanks, Steve. I think what we got to do is when we get it all tiled, get some minifigures up in here, and it'll actually look like some life's going on. So we
I've got a whole bunch of.
Oh, go ahead, Mail. Sorry.
Yeah, I've got a whole bunch of cleaning projects to do, and you doing your stuff with your castle just makes me more motivated to clean off my hobby table so I can put to good use the castle and space mocks I've built, either in videos or live streams. I need to get my act together, so to speak.
People like to see castle. Nice. So this is going to sit behind the blacksmith shop, that market that I just showed you guys that we were working on at the beginning of the stream, and the Blue Bricks Church. And then it's going to be all still be open, and then it'll be the joust. These walls are going to come out, and I think this is how the castle will start. I'll bring these walls back, and then the next 6 base plates will be all castle. This won't be an entrance to the castle. It'll just be like maybe a secondary gate or a point check, whatever you want to call it.
Maybe somewhere where if they're trying to bring goods into the castle, they have to pay their taxes or whatever.
Yep. Well, I'm glad you brought that up. The pieces you sent me, ecstatic, but I haven't tapped into these because I want to give them the justice that they deserve and do a haul video about YouTube and community and sharing all that good stuff. And I just noticed what an epic helmet up in there. Wow. But I've been saving those. Well, I want to do it right for sure.
And Macro, we'll have to get into a backstage some other time so you can reveal your secrets of the magic touch.
Magician never reveals a secret, especially
yeah, because I can't thank you because I can't thank you hard enough. Like, I'm never going to be able to repay you until I get monetized.
You don't have to repay me, man. There's no reason.
Because the value that I support and Macro Bricks on Patreon is not nearly enough. So I might have to throw some super chats your way every now and then to make up the difference, or I might just have to upgrade my Patreon.
Yeah, or you can go buy yourself some more Lego, and then you can pay me back by coming, hanging out, building it. You know, you've watched all my videos, and I think you've paid me back enough with your free time. So no worries, buddy. No worries.
Yeah, and also I will have to get around to buying one of your t-shirts to help offset that.
Nice. You should let me buy one first so I can make sure it's decent quality printing that shows up.
Yeah, because that was
I
a
need
good point. That was a good point that you raised with me. You buy one first, see how good the quality is, then make a video, about it, saying, "Hey, I am wearing one of my merchandise,
Smart.
clothing. You can do the
Good
same
idea.
by clicking the link in the description in the Macro
Hey,
Bricks
Steve.
merch shop or
That's a good idea.
whatever, and you can buy yourself and you can buy yourself one too."
Little extra
Good night,
advertising
Steve.
there.
Or maybe you can make a short out of it or something. There's a whole there's a lot of ways you can go about it. But I think if
For sure.
people see you on camera wearing your merch, people will be more inclined to buy it.
100%. I actually got another shirt coming in black. This one is made through what's that? Vistaprint. So we'll see how that is. So maybe I'll get another one from like my actual merch store. I can compare all three printing and the quality of how that printing or the logo looks after it's been printed. And like you say, do a complete video about it. And then my goal is every stream I do, I'll have 3 shirts on rotation. So I'll always be able to wear a Macro Brick shirt. My white one right now is in the wash because the cuffs are a little off colored and I need to clean it.
Yeah, because I think I'm gonna buy. I think out of the different options I saw on your merch shop, I think I'm gonna buy the white one because it
Living dangerous.
with the Macro Bricks logo, which I'll plug again, was a commissioned artwork by Brick Hive. I think for my tastes, it looks better on the black background, and it's less than $35 with the conversion and shipping for me. So that's a fair price for a custom T-shirt.
Yeah, and I got that logo and I took it to what's that program called? Photopea. Well, it's not even a program, it's just like a web page, web service. And then I edited that logo so it still has the Macro Bricks, the hand, but now I took out the white background, like the actual piece of paper. I edited that out so when I put it on a shirt, whether it's blue, black, green, it won't have a big, huge white box border representing the paper. It'll just be the letters and the actual artwork that Brick Hive drew. And he did an awesome job, by the way. Awesome job. You can tell just by the stickers. Let's use this camera. It's bigger.
Yeah, because I'm thinking if I can get monetized, I might commission him to draw my sig fig with the mayo jar logo on it.
That'd be cool. I was actually thinking you could take that logo and get rid of that praise and edit in mayo.
And replace the words praise with Mayo Hosco.
Yeah, now you got a logo that you can put into a Teespring shop and start selling as well. It's free to set up.
Yeah.
I'm back.
You can't get into any trouble and break the glass vase.
Oh no, they were just jumping on top of the pantry cabinets. I was like, see you, Kevin.
They're British short hair. They one can jump on the counter, but she won't jump over the baby gate, which is half as high. The other cat can jump over the baby gate, but it can't jump on the counter. They're not jumping cats for sure.
Yeah. Ours are pretty athletic.
Ours are like the British bulldog of cats, just big, push stuff over.
We looked at British short hairs, but they were just really expensive.
They're worth it. They're so adorable.
Oh yeah,
and everyone, don't forget to follow Macro Bricks on Instagram. Get him to 500
Male leading the
to
charge.
500 followers. I'll post up another link for the Macro Bricks Instagram if you're not already following him.
So this piece. Which my wife kindly stepped around because I had it laying in front of the bathroom door. I'm surprised she just didn't boot it out of the way.
Bye, Kevin. And also, if you haven't left a like
Later,
on the
Kevin.
live stream
See you
already,
around, buddy.
please be sure to do so to tell YouTube that we like to watch Macro Weeks live.
So it's going to be a little bit of this type of action going on. I should actually get some pictures and put the pictures up on Instagram so people can see the progress or see it all together as one.
I wonder when Clicking Cliff's going to get to 400 subs. He's only 15 away.
Cliff's been rocking it. He's
Yeah.
been cruising, man. He's also doing work. That guy's putting in some time.
Yeah, I can't wait to see what he has to do with the Jurassic Park Express, as I've coined it.
Well, that's another one. I like to be nice sometimes. So I actually got someone, I don't want to reveal too much yet. Someone put on Instagram, hey, buy me this shirt. I was like, I'll buy you that shirt, but you're going to have to tag me when it shows up. And you're going to have to tag Click and Cliff because he does the Jurassic Park world. So I got a little surprise, hopefully coming down the way. Will be very cool. And then I was like, they got pants too. Why don't you just get the full outfit? And it was kind of like
because of the
a stranger. Technically, I bought a stranger a sweatpant outfit. I was just like, why not? What else am I going to do?
And because of the magic touch, what have I? I've gained.
Don't say that, Mayo. It makes me sound like I got issues in public, like I'm dirty or something.
I've gained 48 subscribers. So for the time being, unless they all unsubscribe, if I can hold those subscribers by May the 4th be with you, I'm going to be building. I'm going to buy a Star Wars set and build it live on May the 4th, just like I promised.
Right on, Kenneth. Thanks for hanging out, man. Always good to see you. Whether it's this stream, that stream, any stream, whether I'm in chat or talking, it's always good to see you. Jody said, I thought someone said, did it 3+ hours ago. What did I miss? Find somebody with a sublimation printer. I don't even know what that is. Eric, do you know?
It's a type of printer that it's for t-shirts. It's like it's just a way of doing printing on t-shirts.
Okay. Like silk screen, but not?
It's not a silk screen, but the substrate is very similar.
Okay.
It's still an ink instead of like kind of like a silk screen, you know what I mean? It's not like vinyl, you know what I mean? It's not like.
Right on, thank you. And
hopefully you gained some more subscribers this stream, Macro.
It's been going. I say the same thing, you just do your thing, do work and have some fun and give it time. Nothing good in life comes easy. Nothing's going to show up tomorrow and everything will get there.
He's got 38 likes so far on that. It's pretty good.
Thanks, Daryl. Tip my hats off. Never got 38 likes before, so
and with everything,
artist for sure.
With everything that's happened, with the way that YouTube has pushed your algorithm and help from other YouTubers to get you some exposure, have you thought about making a website?
I'd love to. I don't got the time.
Because as some people might know, I've designed my website mayohosco.weebly.com, and if time is the major factor not preventing you from making a website, I could help you design a website on Weebly if you want me to. If you throw some ideas at me.
I could, but if I eventually say get a website, I'd want to gain that information and experience myself. Greatly appreciate it, Mayo. Greatly appreciate it. But that's also time that you could be putting into what you want to do, making sure that things work out for your channel and get you going as well, right?
Well, now that I've got the Weebly app, it's actually just very easy for me to do updates on my phone.
But yeah, all that stuff, I'd even like TikTok, I'd get into something like that. But again, the time. And if I do, I want the experience of dealing with the interface and all the different buttons and all that, right? I'd also just be lost. It's almost like, hey, I can wipe my own ass. Oh, my wife walked in at the right minute when I said that. I can, it's true. She's still laughing. I think she has her doubts about that, but that's funny. That's funny. Yeah, it's YouTube's a funny game. It's funny because I remember when I first started, I didn't even think it'd ever get this far, to be honest.
Yeah, because back in 2016, we were just two innocent people who didn't even know each other watching the Asia Pacific live stream.
I'd have like a couple, I'd tinker around with Lego, a couple little modulars, but I used to watch YouTube all the time. Never even thought about ever doing a YouTube channel. And I think I just met a couple people in Calgary. Brixie was just starting out then. Like I started watching Brixie when he had like 3,000 subscribers, 4,000 subscribers. And it all just kind of got the ball rolling. Boredom was another one. Hey, why not?
I think I started watching Brixie in at the middle of 2020, and I think it was at only 18,000 subscribers, and now he's over 200. So it's like he gained 180,000 plus subscribers in only about in less than 2 years, which is pretty impressive.
What's that SEO he has working for him, probably?
I know. I was a little scared earlier when I saw a video of him with something growing on his face.
Who?
Brixie.
Had something growing on his face?
Yeah, you should just watch one of his latest videos. You'll see what I'm talking about.
Oh, I think is it by his eye, I think?
No. It's on his lip.
Okay. It doesn't work like burpees, does it? Love you, Brixie. I love you.
No. No, he's growing a stash, and this looks like.
Yes, Cat.
I was just like, he's sporting a stash, and I was like, you know what? Yeah.
I'm not a big fan of just mustache. That's why I don't ever grow a mustache. I just look.
Yeah, I have a goatee.
Yeah.
I want to grow a goatee, and then take a picture and then shave it, because otherwise people will think I'm a P word.
Appreciate that, Michael. That's good info. It's like vinyl ink, and it forces into the shirt and makes it more durable. Better to be a smart ass than a dumbass. I like
True
the
that.
dumbass side. This is always tell us my inside joke. Never up talk yourself. I'm the best. I'm the greatest. I'm this. I'm that. And I kind of dumb it down and play a little bit of the dumbass, because I never have to if I always say, hey, I'm great, I'm smart, or that, then I have to meet that threshold all the time. But if I dumb it down and play it down, then I can just do whatever. And then when I do something smart or good, be like, hey, that guy's smart.
You know what? The wise thing for me to do is to copy the link for Macro's merch store, and then save it as a bookmark so that I don't lose it.
Nice. I can always send it.
But I don't want to have to blow up your phone saying, "Can you send me this link?"
What I should be doing is pinning it at the top of the YouTube, or definitely put it in the descriptions below.
Well, I think there is a way that you can put the link.
People here on YouTube.
You can put the link to your merch shop in the about page of your YouTube.
Yeah. Sorry, just reading Jody's comment. My thing about TikTok is that you have people here on YouTube who make videos that don't even get half the views as people do on TikTok. Is TikTok just got a bigger, broader range of people watching?
No, the videos are just super short. So like once it kind of takes off, it just, you know what I mean? Most of them are like 15, 30 seconds, you know what I mean? So like
a lot easier to watch a 15
yeah,
second
you know what I mean?
video
You can
than
watch
5 minutes.
Yeah.
I gotcha.
That's really where it's not because if you have a video that's like 15 minutes long and it has like 3 million views, that's a heck of a view. You know what I mean? But like if you have a video that's 20 seconds long and it has 1 million views, it's completely different, you know. Plus, I don't think the monetization on TikTok is anything like what it is on YouTube.
Yeah, I want to enjoy the process. I don't want to be all crazy and have all these different avenues and stuff I have to worry about and buttons and passwords I have to remember and all that, right? I just want to do Lego, make a video, do Lego, make a video. I think that's what really got me into the YouTube, is watching people live stream and hang out and talk to other people, right? That was a big one.
I don't do a lot outside of the internet, so I don't have a problem fussing around with all that stuff.
And back to, I guess, Brixie blowing up and videos blowing up. You know, a lot of that stuff you can literally just go indulge and watch copious amounts of YouTube videos, everything from SEO, search words. People give you all the tricks and tips and tell you exactly what to do. And then at the end of the video, they all say the same thing. And you're going to have to put some time into it.
Yeah, Pinterest is a big one too.
I've got a Pinterest, and I've got a Pinterest, and I need to put some of my better photography from Instagram over there.
Okay, I should get more of my stuff on Pinterest. Okay, that makes sense, because I'm always looking at people's builds for ideas and stuff too, just flipping through.
Yeah, like I'm sure if I take a photo of a castle mock I made, that'd probably be the flagship, because that's probably the best mock I've built so far. Maybe ever.
Short, because all the younger ones with the attention deficit, the instant gratification.
That's how Cliff's gotten so many more subscribers, because he goes gun-ho with his shorts.
He did, didn't he? And a lot of that was experimentation, right? He's trying things out, and that's sometimes what works. You'd repeat it, it might work again and consistently, and boom, now you found that trick.
Yeah, because I was talking about this yesterday with Macro on my live stream. I was talking with Cliff, or me and Cliff were going back and forth, and he was telling me that stuff I thought about the algorithm was the opposite with shorts compared to videos, and so he kind of opened my eyes and a new way of doing things, because he's gained the algorithm with shorts. Like, I know there are plenty of people in the community that actually take shorts seriously, but I think he takes shorts seriously the most.
I've seen some decent sized channels. I don't know if they're monetized or if they care about that, but they were decent sized channels, 500,000, 600,000 subscribers, and there's nothing but shorts on their channel. Good old elbow grease, exactly. Yeah. Nothing good in life comes easy.
And let's face it, to make it anywhere on YouTube nowadays, you have to have good networking. You have to get in touch with other YouTubers to get to do a cross promotion with each other, and especially in the Lego community, so many channels have grown because
Yeah.
they've done networking. Because like I'm sure that a Macro's gained plenty of subs from a networking with others, and I've gained plenty of subscribers networking through Macro, and I've helped other people learn how to do live streams because other people taught me how to do live streams. So whenever I get some knowledge that a Lego YouTuber gives me, I then like to pass that along because I wish nothing but the best for everyone on their quest to build with Lego.
It's all literally about everything, and ultimately, I guess, not that I know, like I can't really speak like I know much, but production value. I know this because I like watching a lot of my videos, especially when I dub them to music. Sometimes I think I'm making them for myself, but if I go back and watch my early videos, I almost don't like watching them. The audio sucks. I can't talk properly. I'm shaking the camera around. All that stuff plays into if people are going to come back, right? If I got all the static going in the background and I'm wrecking people's speakers or giving somebody a headache, they might not come back to watch my second or third videos.
Yeah, because there's a lot. Yeah, because because we were talking about a lot of the same stuff on my live stream yesterday. I said then that there's a lot of shorts that I've taken down because they were just rushed. They were just rushed, and I didn't enjoy them. And there's a lot of videos I've taken down because I know that I can make them better. And
when he quit his job, a video a day and a live stream a day.
yeah. And so, yeah, it's just one big happy family, except
Brixie
for the bad eggs.
Brixie works his butt off. That's for darn sure.
Yeah.
He's very
Because he has a media, because he has employees for his whole media team. That's how busy he is.
But what I'm saying though is like he's been working to get where he's at. Like he has built what he deserves everything he has. He has worked very, very hard.
Oh yeah, even his whole life. I mean, really, I shouldn't talk about the guy unless he's here to chime in. But even talking with him a little bit off streams, even to quit his job, there's probably decent like debts paid off, right? You got something in the bank. You got stuff going for you because you set yourself up. He set himself up in that position to make it happen. Like, not a chance I could just quit my job, even if I thought this was going to just go to the moon or not, right? I couldn't make that leap. I haven't set myself up like that. So he's been busting his butt, like grinding it out, talking to him. He's done 16-hour days, like actual work career before YouTube, 12-hour days, 16-hour days, nonstop. So he earned it. Definitely earned it. That's for sure.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah. And then the pandemic helped. That's for sure. The scamdemic. The pandemic definitely helped.
Yeah, no one's saying plan or scamdemic right now, are they?
No. I think shit got serious, maybe.
But they realized that it wasn't a hoax after all.
Oh, it's no hoax. It's just
I'm still on the fence with that. I don't know.
No, trust me, it's no hoax. It's just I think the way everything was handled obviously was not the most.
It was like Y2K.
Well, yeah, it was. There's a lot of conspiracy theories. People were overreacting. Technology was affected because the workers went home and they overloaded their personal internet servers, and it slowed down the world's Wi-Fi because everyone was at home instead of working on the assembly lines or whatever.
Yeah. And then poor China, I was actually thought about this just 2 days ago. Poor China's getting bad numbers again, and if they get locked down, and I was thinking a lot of those places in China are literally like people living in a box. Like you got 200 square feet, 300 square feet. And if you're locked down and you're forced to stay in your house, your box, like, man, that would be hardcore. So hopefully someday soon it all gets taken care of, wrapped up, and put behind us.
I think
They
we
go
just have to learn how to live with it. Is all.
And I think all the good places have learned how to live with it.
That's probably where I got a bunch of the info, Michael. I just couldn't recall.
The
Some of
people
this-
living in bad places are the one who are still complaining about it. Like I've had the Rona and I'm not complaining about it. Because
I
I've
don't
learned
think I got
to
it.
deal with it.
I don't think I got it, and if I did, I definitely didn't notice. I got the vaccine, and that was about it. And yeah, I've been able to work the whole 2-3 years, whatever it was. At the same time, I got no problem sitting in my house and not going out into that crazy world. So
And also because you're a contractor, it was easier to be a contractor in these times than someone who works a 9-to-5 job.
well, I don't know. I know the Canadian government spent Ubers and like $1 trillion on this whole Shima virus, and I'm going, well, there's a lot of other situations in the world that are probably, I wouldn't say just as severe, but they're pretty severe, and our government's not throwing our cash at that. I still don't know what they had to pay to get me vaccinated. Like, was it $20? Was it $300? Or
I don't know.
who knows?
I've
They
been
didn't have
fortunate.
to pay me. They didn't have to pay anyone in this country anything because at
Well,
least
I
I
got
trusted
$100.
the science.
That's right. The wife and I got $100 each because we waited to the last minute to get vaccinated. So the government says, "Hey, we'll give everyone who's not vaccinated $100 if you go get vaccinated."
And people in New York City got free fast food. People in Ohio got a free lottery ticket.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know enough all the details and health numbers and specifics, so it's not something I evolved into too much. Other than I don't trust the government. I think I made that known on a vast array of topics.
Well, it might just be propaganda that's going around the place, but some are saying, for what it's worth, that Justin Trudeau is secretly a dictator.
Oh, it's nuts. It's nuts. Well, there's another one. So maybe it's not the best cause, and yeah, they were standing in front of the border and holding up all the shipping and trucks and stuff, but those protesters got their bank account shut down. Not even just taking all the GoFundMe account stuff. Like, they would literally shut people's bank accounts down. So you almost don't even have a voice nowadays because the government can literally do whatever they want to you. Stay in your house, shut your bank account down, fine you for new rules that they just made this last year or two. Me just rambling on, I legit, as a human being, as a citizen, feel about this big in this world. I got no value. I got no rights. And the rights and values that I do thought I have can get snatched from me in a second, anytime they want to. If I don't like something, what am I going to do? Write a letter to my member of parliament? Phone the police? There's another story. Kind of useless, but whatever. They seem to like to give me tickets, though. They're always there to take my cash, but they're never there when you need some help.
Yeah, so just pop me up on full screen. I can show some comparisons of skyscrapers.
Full screen is all yours.
But
just
both old and new.
$39.99. Here you go. One sec.
Let me get this in shot. So
are these scrapers scraping the sky? These builds scraping the sky?
Yeah, this one and this one are the ones that I'm working on right now. I've got some window glass inserts that I need to put into these. So these are the new ones. This is the old one, and you can tell that this is a very much a premature design.
Hey, they say we'll own nothing and be happy. I don't know how they're gonna get my Lego from me.
And I'll eventually be tearing this down for parts, but I do plan to have a black. I do plan to have a black office building and a brown office building to complement my grey and white. I'd like to have a light bluish grey one as well, and I think I'd like to have a blue one because of all of the blue windows I bought from that Bricklink order a while ago, and I quite like the look of these 1x1 cones.
I like that. Good idea.
I'm constantly going back and forth with my Patreon supporters and people who are subscribed to the Mayo Hosco channel about which look they like best, so that I know what piece to order in a bulk Bricklink order, because I have some. Because one of my other Patreon supporters said that they think it would look better if I used just regular dark bluish grey 1x1 rounds instead of the flat silver cone round bricks. So I'm always looking for the opinions of
what do you think looks best?
of people, because I like to give the fans. I like to encourage viewer engagement, whether it's my subscribers or whether it's other people's subscribers. If they're on their live streams, I just like to get different people's opinions because I value what the viewers have to say. I'm going to be getting rid of this, and I'm going to make this a standard design. But I would like to have two different standard designs, because you can see that this is a 14 stud wide building. This is a 16 stud wide building. So I think if I am to turn this style of windows into and make this also be a 16 wide building, I think what I'd have to do is I'd have to put either a 1x2x5 brick or a stack of 1x2 bricks, depending on which is a cheaper option.
Yeah, and especially if you get a bunch of masonry bricks in the middle, that'd be tight. Yeah,
that'd be tight. I think it would be a white whale dream to get enough of the sand green masonry bricks to make a skyscraper that's all sand green, but those things are 20 cents a pop, which is a little bit out of my price range.
Wow, I think I was paying 25 cents for a couple that I got. I use them for my raised platform railing.
Yeah, because I bought 80 of them from Pick and Build online, and they were 20 cents a pop. I bought them just to have them, but at that price, I don't think I'd be wanting to buy like 1,000 of them, because that's a good $200. I wouldn't want to spend that amount on 1,000 masonry bricks if they're just 1x2s.
I would if I really needed them. I will say not to touch on this subject too much because it's pretty controversial, and it's not a nice subject. But I will say, man, Russia sure did suck, didn't they? They're sucking hard.
Yeah, and the ruble is tanking. And it's not the people. It's not the people's fault.
No, and they're being screwed by the government, right?
You can't blame can't blame the people.
Nope, they're just trying to go to the bathroom, go to work, and eat food just like the rest of us.
Yeah, they're just trying to pay. They're just trying to pay their money for a Big Mac, just like all of McDonald's customers, because they have historically one of the most expensive Big Macs in the world.
No, they can't even get it. It's very hard to force. Didn't McDonald's
they can't because McDonald's suspended their operations in Russia.
You can't even get a Big Mac, man. Damn. You know the country screwed up when you can't even get a Big Mac.
Because McDonald's and PayPal suspended their operations.
But yeah, I don't know. Definitely turn on the TV, feel blessed for living in Canada, that's for sure.
well, any American company or any of the US allies would probably
No.
be doing the same thing right now.
Those cups are
But
way better.
what's
deal than
crazy is that in the war, I've ordered BrickLink stuff from Russia, and it's gotten to me quicker than all those BrickLink orders I ordered from the people of Russia have gotten to me quicker than the ones that I bought from northern European countries, and they've had to sit in a South Russian post office on their connection to Dubai, which is the in between international mail hub between Europe and Southwest Asia, because all of the planes from Australia and New Zealand and Indonesia and Malaysia, Thailand, etc., to get to Europe, you have to go through Dubai to stop for refueling. And so I guess the Netherlands isn't on that path through South Russia because they can go through, I guess they can go through Rome or something to be refueled. But
better than Canada. We don't even get planes.
my packages from Western Europe going through Dubai haven't been affected, but my packages from Northern Europe going through South Russia on their way to Dubai have been affected.
Well, better than us. DHL doesn't even fly the planes into Canada. Whatever rules we have, they cargo it on a ship. So like the Blue Bricks, only 2 countries they weren't going to fly it to. Of course, Canada has to be on there. So we've got to wait for the shipping container off the ocean.
Yeah, because the Europes are small enough that to get from one side of, to get from Western Europe to the Middle East, it's affordable enough that international mail can do that via plane. But to cross the Pacific or the Indian Oceans going east to west or west to east, that has to go via a cargo ship, which
it doesn't
slows down things even more.
It doesn't have to though.
Well, now. it's more economical. They can make better use of the transport costs to put that in a shipping container than a private cargo plane.
Well, I don't think that takes into effect either, because they're all still flying it to the States, and the States is what, right below us. So if you can fly it to the States, fly to Canada. It's the COVID rule.
But that's because Canada doesn't have any big harbors on the east coast. It's all on the west coast with the Vancouver seaport.
Okay, so go down to New York or something. Even worse, so we don't have any big harbors, but yet they're only allowing this cargo ship to come drop off the packages when we got all these airports everywhere. You know, it doesn't make a lot of sense, I guess is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, because you'd think what they could do is if it's economical enough for them to do international mail from Western Europe across the Atlantic via plane. You'd think what they could then do is open up a domestic cargo plane services from like the JFK International Airport or O'Hare, if they must go through there. Run domestic.
There's a lot of better ways, but it was literally due to COVID. It even said on the website, due to COVID, we're only shipping it via ship across the ocean to these 2 countries. Every other country in the world doesn't have stupid COVID rules like Canada does. Because any other time other than COVID, they fly it in.
And then run domestic cargo planes. Well, actually, no, it wouldn't be domestic. It'd be short range cargo. No, short range international cargo planes from either a JFK or O'Hare to Toronto, to Ottawa, to Edmonton, and to Vancouver. Like,
wouldn't that be less economical though if they had to ship it here and then fly it there and do that? Couldn't they just beeline it straight shot? I'd be curious.
well, I think it's because they have to stop for refueling, and there's not any big enough refueling points in Quebec or the province that Pandemonious Panda lives in. There's not big enough refueling points on the east side of Canada, so that's why a lot of the stuff internationally from the east side of Canada has to come through via plane or ship, and then has to be trucked from the east coast of the US to Toronto to Ottawa, etc. And that's why for international shipping, the Detroit metropolitan bridge crossing is actually bigger than the one that goes from Seattle to Vancouver.
You got any of these bad boys, Eric?
What is it?
Because Toronto to Detroit is such a big is such a big pathway.
It's flawed, and it's due to the Shima virus.
There's a lot of crap that goes on.
And ultimately, it means I gotta wait. I guess why I'm bitching ultimately is it means I gotta wait probably an extra 2 months. I'll be surprised if that shows up before the Lego does, though.
I don't know. I mean, I ordered my Blue Bricks like a few days ago, and it's already in the US.
Oh wow!
So that's
so they also flew it to you or flew it there.
Well, yeah, because what happens is they turn it like Blue Bricks gives it to DHL, and then DHL takes it to Frankfurt, which then turns it over to the US Postal Service, which then it flies over to New York City. So it's basically in New York right now.
Yeah, for whatever reason, our totalitarian government, I mean, Justin Trudeau there in our free democracy, for the rules for COVID that half these places have to ship. So I don't know how long it takes that ship to get across the ocean.
I think the reason they do it is because in the transport time, the virus would be dead, like if there was any contamination. I think
I'm actually curious on how long it takes a boat to get across that Atlantic Ocean.
Because I'm guessing it would take a boat. Well, I'm guessing it'd take a cargo ship. I'm guessing it'd take a cargo ship 10 times as long to travel than a plane.
Yeah. It's about 8 days, I think.
Wow, that'd be an all right job.
I mean, it's not terrible, especially coming from Europe freight over straight across the Atlantic. You know what I mean? It's not having to go through any canals. It's not having to go through. You know what I mean?
Very true.
It shouldn't be as terrible as you think it is, but it's not obviously as smooth and easy as most places. Oh yeah.
Yeah, you're right. It says usually 8 days or 10, anywhere from 10 to 20 days. And the reason why the number jumps up is because the weather. Yeah. And if they have to change course or something.
Yeah.
Unavoidable weather.
Because you could only imagine how many different international highways that go over the northern border get blocked by snow every now and then in winter, and so they have to reroute the postal routes.
I guess the other one is the temperature, because essentially it's just sitting in an unclimate controlled shipping container. So if it's super cold, all your bricks are going to go through that temperature fluctuation.
I don't think it's going to be as big a deal. We're in a pretty big like transition of
Way
temperature
more
for now.
recent.
So maybe a couple months ago would have been a bigger deal, but I don't like where we are. The temperatures are starting to get springtime. You know, what I mean, so,
Decent. We've actually had some days that are 16, 18 degrees, and then at next couple days, it for some reason it just drops back down to 2, 3 degrees.
Well, you're still you're still getting fronts mixing with each other.
Yeah, still trying.
But it's still
And
it's
a lot
still
of people
way better.
A lot of people this year were complaining about why it was snowing so much later than normal, and I think it's fair to say that the groundhog revealed its shadow.
There's another conspiracy theory right there.
Yeah. We got all this technology, but let's go get the groundhog to tell us what's up. Will says, I would love to know what the world's governments know and love to see all the stuff that the public has never heard of. I'd probably cry. I'd probably start crying.
Yeah.
A lot of crazy, dark stuff. I wouldn't be surprised. We were in the mid 90s. Ooh, that would be nice. It's motorcycling weather right there.
What's the temp? Let me see what the temperature is my way.
You guys are usually always pretty decent.
The temperature right now is
cold.
the temperature right now is 28 degrees Celsius. So if 38 is one, actually no, sorry, I wrote a note about some of the temperature conversions. Yeah, so 86 degrees on a triple X. So I'm guessing, well, so if 86 degrees is a triple X, then it's 2 degrees below triple X right now. I'm guessing if it's 28 degrees Celsius right now, that's probably 81, 82 Fahrenheit. So it's a little bit cooler my way than a Brick Bitters. A little bit cooler. So I'm guessing for Brick Bitters, it's probably maybe 33 degrees.
Nice.
And what's scary, and what's super scary is that when a macro tells me is temperature and it's at a minus number, that's not Celsius, that's Fahrenheit.
Me?
Yeah, isn't that what you told me? That the weather app for you, the default is Fahrenheit?
No, it's Celsius. So if I say it's minus 25, it's minus 25 Celsius.
Okay, yeah.
I think,
so that'd be like minus 60 something or whatever Fahrenheit.
No. It's not quite that bad. It's
minus 44 is the same in Celsius and Fahrenheit.
Yeah, the disparity between temperatures gets significantly less as you get lower.
Yeah,
it's not.
You see how confusing it is.
Oh yeah, when we start talking about the imperial and metric system,
why don't we just go to now? We just go to Kelvins and then it's all good.
Yeah, Kelvin. Yeah. Minus. Yeah. What is minus 25? Let me look at it. C to F.
9.4 minus 9.4. We'll say 11, somewhere around there.
Yeah. Okay. If 0 degrees Celsius is 32 degrees Fahrenheit, then let's go minus 25. Okay. So it's only minus 13 Fahrenheit.
Yeah.
Okay.
Canada still sounds cold.
We get
and 30 and like I thought, 38 degrees Celsius is 100 degrees Fahrenheit. So 38 is a double nickel on a no, sorry. 38 degrees Celsius is a double nickel. No, 38 degrees Celsius is a dime on a bagel.
You lost me on that one. 38 degrees Celsius is a dime on a bagel?
Yeah, because
Is that an
a
easy way of saying
dime
it?
because a dime is 10 and a bagel is 0.
Ah,
10
there you go.
10 with a 0 next to it becomes 100 because a double
Who's
because
this bagel
a
doing?
double nickel on a dime is 55 miles an hour over. I think when they say I think when they say double nickel on a dime, it for 55 on a 10, I think they're saying that they traveled 55 miles on 10 on 10 gallons of gas or something. I think that's what the RV people say, because an
Now, does it
RV
matter if it's a
uses
blueberry
more
bagel or a raisin bagel?
because an RV has a worse fuel economy than me has a worse fuel economy than even a gas guzzling SUV.
A lot of weight to move down that highway. Well, there we go, my friends. I appreciate all you great people in the chat hanging out. Eric, Mayo, always good to see you guys. Good conversations. We got a couple more factions of horses. Getting ready for some Joe's tournament action.
Yeah, we've had a good time today.
Nice. Well, I'm gonna go get some food and probably a couple hours of sleep and see what time Brixine's getting on.
All right.
I was confused a little bit.
I just confused the hell out of Order 66.
Now we're gonna leave here thinking. I'm gonna be thinking about. Awesome. Right on. We'll catch up with you all next time.
Don't forget to go to mayohosco.weebly.com.
Get her done.